Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Guten Tag. Bonjour à tous. Buenos dias. Please make your way to your seats. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je vous prie de rejoindre vos places. Nous allons commencer dans environ 2 minutes. Merci à tous d'être avec nous ce matin.
Khalid from Saudi Arabia will send also some slides he wants to have. Yeah.
Marie, if you want, I have this one.
Is it easier?
No, what's easier for you?
Good morning, everyone. Guten Tag. Buenos dias. Bom dia. Se alguma pessoa fala português aqui. Bonjour. And welcome to day 2 of the Vienna Food Safety Forum 2025. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you for another day of high-level discussions. So yesterday we laid very strong foundation by exploring the potential of digitalization in food safety, global food safety, and from its role in regulatory reforms and risk prioritization to practical applications in transforming food regulatory practices. And today we're going to deep dive even further as we build on that by focusing on specific digital solutions and the crucial aspect of data sharing. So before we dive into today's agenda, I just have a few housekeeping rules. Please, ladies and gentlemen, do keep your phones on silence. There are bathrooms just outside those doors. And also, I would really invite you to make full use of our application, Swap Card. And this way you'll be able to ask questions directly during our panels. It's very, very easy. Just click on agenda, select the session where you want to intervene, and then click on live interaction. So now let's move to our first session of the day, which is session 4, digital traceability solutions and the role of data standards to address interoperability challenges. And this session will take stock of existing traceability solutions and delve into the critical role of data standards in ensuring seamless data exchange across various systems and actors, also discussing potential challenges for low and middle income countries. And we know that this is a topic that was quite recurrent yesterday, so we're really looking forward to that happening. But ladies and gentlemen, before introducing our wonderful moderator and a list of speakers, I would like you to bear in mind and note that at 10 a.m. sharp today, we'll be observing a minute of silence, and I will ask all of those of you who can to stand up. And this is, of course, to honor the victims of the high school shooting in Graz, a terrible tragedy. And so, of course, our thoughts are with the victims, their families, the classmates, the whole of the country, because this is a national minute of silence, and, of course, the affected communities. Well, right now, let's kick in with our program, and it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Mrs. Marianne Bueno, Technical Director for Food Safety at the National Service of Agri-Food Health and Quality of Honduras. A round of applause for our moderator today. I'm also calling our wonderful speakers, Mr. Wiggs Silitivo, CEO and founder at Starfish Network. Please do join us, Mr. Silitivo. I'm also calling Mr. Gergely Keves, leader of international traceability projects at TE Food International. Round of applause for our wonderful experts. Let's also welcome Mrs. Cristina Watai, Service Management Director at GS1 Hungary. Mr. Gabriel Hane, Quality Assurance Lead of Metro Group. And finally, Mrs. Rolabou Rosam, Head of Food Safety and Control Section at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Marianne, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. How do we turn this on? Is it on? Okay, it's on. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Please roll out. Okay. Welcome to the panelists as well. Today we're going to deep dive into practical solutions on traceability and address some of the challenges around interoperability. So please, we can sit and we can start our discussions. So unfortunately, Wiggs couldn't be with us, but he has delivered his keynote speech via a video, and I would kindly ask our IT support team if we can start by watching the video.
Everyone, it's great to be with you today, even if it's from a few time zones away. Believe me, I'd much rather be walking the cobblestone streets of Vienna with you, but as anyone in the supply chain space knows, sometimes the logistics don't cooperate. I'm Wiggs Silitivo, founder and CEO of Starfish, and we're a tech platform built to make interoperability in the food system not just possible, but actually practical. Over the past decade, I've worked with everyone from smallholder farmers to Fortune 500 retailers. And the one thing that is crystal clear to me is that the future of food safety won't be decided by one system or one regulation. It's going to come down to something much simpler, whether our systems can talk to each other, whether we can share the truth quickly, securely, and without friction. Vienna has always been a place where ideas converge. And today we're talking about a new kind of intersection where food systems, technology, and trust meet. We all want the same thing: safe food, everywhere, for everyone. But the thing that's stopping us in 2025 isn't a lack of data. It's a lack of connection. And that gap is costing us in time, in resources, and sometimes, tragically, in lives. Let's take a look at what happened in Austria a year and a half ago. In 2023, a salmonella outbreak linked to contaminated chicken kebab meat spread across several countries. 31 people fell ill, and tragically, one person died. Once again, it wasn't a lack of food safety protocols that delayed this response. It was the lack of connected, compatible traceability data. The meat came from Poland. It moved through distributors. It was repackaged, resold, and served. Each step in that supply chain holding critical information but each of those steps having details living in different systems, in different formats, across borders. The result was weeks of investigation, a slow and fragmented recall, and preventable harm. This isn't about blame. It's about a system that was built to respond, not because it's underregulated, but because it's disconnected. There is another way. We recently worked with a baby food manufacturer exporting to multiple countries across Europe. Their formulas were carefully designed and their internal quality systems were solid. But one of the largest retail customers required real-time traceability using GS1 EPCIS, a global standard, while the baby food company was using a local ERP system with homegrown codes. It's a common scenario that we see often, where we have good actors and willing partners that are blocked by incompatible systems. Instead of forcing a complete system replacement, we use Starfish to bridge the gap. And we came in and translated the data from the baby food company's ERP system into EPCIS events and integrated them directly into the retailer's platform without anyone needing to change their day-to-day operations. The result was a fully traceable supply chain. Fewer audit requests, stronger shelf confidence, and most importantly, trust maintained. That's interoperability in action. It's quiet, invisible, and incredibly powerful. So how do we make this the norm? The answer lies in digital data standards, not just as a regulatory box to check, but as a shared digital language. GS1 identifiers, EPCIS trace events, GDST for seafood, or GDSN for attributes. You'll have to forgive the industry for all of these acronyms, and if you need to, I'd be happy to share more information after the talk. But these frameworks allow different players across countries, systems, and sectors to describe and exchange information in a structured way. And we need them now more than ever. Regulations like the EU Deforestation Regulation, the upcoming Digital Product Passport, and the US Food Safety Modernization Act, Rule 204, are raising the bar for traceability. These regulations are asking us not just to collect data, but to make it available, interpretable, and actionable across supply chains. At Starfish, we've built our entire platform around one core belief. Let companies use the systems they already use today. We come in and we help translate and connect them with all the other systems in the ecosystem. That's how we make the standards stick, not by forcing uniformity, but by embracing alignment. And let's be clear, this isn't just about recalls or compliance. This is about resilience in a world of shocks, pandemics, climate disruption, war, migration. During the COVID pandemic, we saw food chains collapse, not because there wasn't enough food, but because no one knew where it was or how to reroute it. We worked at the time with a US distributor to redirect surplus produce from restaurants to food banks. And the biggest bottleneck was getting different systems to exchange real-time inventory data. Technology wasn't the limitation. Interoperability was. So here's the ask that I'll leave you all with today. If you're a retailer, don't ask your suppliers for perfection. Ask for connection. If you're a solution provider, stop building walled gardens, but build gateways instead, and prepare yourself and your offering for the future. And if you're a regulator, push for open standards. The future of food safety won't be decided by who has the best tools, but by who's willing to align. We need to commit to it together, because lives don't depend on whether we have the data. They depend on whether we can use it when it counts. Let's not wait for the next crisis to expose our gaps. Let's close them together. Thank you.
Well, thanks to Wiggs for this insightful keynote speech. He mentioned interoperability in action. It's a very complicated word just to pronounce, and it's also complicated to actually make it work. So I'd like to start by asking each of the panelists if they can share with us what they do within their organization. We can start with Gabriel. Metro Group is one of the largest retailers in Europe. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you do at Metro Group and a little bit about the company you work for.
Pleasure. Thank you. I'm Gabriel Hanne. I'm Director of Quality Assurance at Metro. And quality assurance as a wholesaler, retailer, of course, food is the biggest part of our business. We have also non-food, but I think 80% of our business is food. And food safety is one of my, let's say, main tasks within the quality assurance function. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Christina, you are with GS1 in Hungary. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about GS1 and what you do at the company as well.
Okay, so GS1 is responsible for all those acronyms you heard in this video. So sorry for that. So GS1 is a standardization organization and celebrated its 50th birthday last year. We provide a system of standards with three main pillars. One of them is identification. So all the products you buy in a store everywhere in the world, you immediately deal with two of our standards, which is the GTINs, the numbers under the barcode, and the barcode itself, which is a data carrier getting the identifiers into the POS system of a retailer and retrieve the price. So that's what standards do in practice in your everyday life. The other pillar of our system is the data carriers themselves, the linear and the 2D barcodes. And the third one is about data communication. We can speak here about transactional data, master data, or visibility data. And EPCIS, the standards for traceability, which was mentioned in this video, is for getting, capturing, and sharing traceability data. And myself, I've been with the GS1 for more than 30 years, so I went through several learning paths. And now I'm responsible for the services of GS1 Hungary, including customer service for the 8,000 companies we are dealing with in Hungary, and the help desk team for the softwares we provide to the partners of us. And also we have a small team responsible for trainings and consultancy. And in the meantime, we always keep an eye on the business and legal environment we are in, because the standard development, it's not something decided between us, between experts, but we closely work together with businesses and try to find out the best ways to meet business requirements. And in this way, we can trust on the European Union, because they always provide some challenges with their legislation practice.
Thank you, Christina. And over to Greg. I know we've been working with some governments on traceability issues. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay, thank you. I am Gergely Köves from Hungary. I've been with the tea food company for nearly 9 years. And we've been doing governmental and industry-based traceability systems. In these endeavors, it's not just about traceability. We are also doing a lot of consultancy. Our latest project was for the Jordanian agricultural government how to do the traceability, how to do that interoperability that was mentioned in this video previously. So our digital systems are, of course, mobile-enabled, and one advantage also that we have a blockchain network that authenticates all the transactions inside the agribusiness traceability system.
Thank you for that. And Rola, you're from the IAEA, the neighbor agency. Yeah. I think it's right in front of this building. Can you tell us a little bit about your unit and what you do at the agency?
Okay. Good morning. So I work for the IAEA, but especially for the joint FAO IAEA division for food and agriculture, and using, of course, the nuclear techniques. Under this, like it's a unique structure under the UN organization where there is like this joint effort to work for the food and agriculture field, where we have 5 sections. One of them is the food safety and control, which I am heading the section of it. Under the food safety and control, so we have like a big spectra of activity. We're covering the analytical part of detection of contaminant and other residue, and also for food traceability, also for food fraud, in addition to the food irradiation. So all of that is like a package in order to assure the food safety. What we are doing is part of the capacity building, which we provide for the member state, and also under different modalities. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and welcome again. Before we dive into the questions, because I have lots of questions for you, and the audience, I'm sure, will have lots of questions too. Let's go back to Wig's video, and maybe in a tweet, or now X, can you give your insights on his comments? He talked about connection, he spoke about interoperability, some challenges around that, and some solutions. Just in a tweet, 40 characters. Let's start with Gabriel. I'm picking your mind.
Okay. 40 characters? Wow. So
that's like
but you don't count them, huh? Okay. So I think Wix touched a very important point. I mentioned yesterday that when you talk about digital traceability, you're not talking about implementing it in your own internal systems. And this is complicated enough. I will show you later. So normally you talk about connecting of several systems end to end from the production side to the customer. And most of the time it's about connecting the systems, given that the functionality you need is in the systems. That's the second part.
Thank you.
In 40 characters, yes, it's a challenge. But I would say that it is now confirmed that GS1 standards are the common languages for the business.
Thank you.
Very true what he said, and I would also stress that it's rather a mindset than a system, a digital system.
I like that one. 40 characters, great.
I would say harmonization and good communication, they can make the traceability.
Perfect. You made it. Thank you. Okay, let's start with a round of questions, shall we? Let's start with Christina. You started talking about GS1 standards. Yesterday, it was all about standards, and many of the panelists emphasized how much they are needed as a sound basis for digitalization. So can you tell us more what is the role of GS1, their standards? How are they designed? Who uses these standards? Who implements them? And why do you think it's important to have them?
So who implement them? So GS1 has 116 member organizations in 116 countries, but our standards are also used in 150 countries or even more. And we have 2.5 million member companies we are working with on implementing standards in very different supply chain situation or business situation. The role of our standards is, as it was said in this video, that's the common language, because internal systems shouldn't be changed just to be able to share data with our supply chain partners. There is this common language, EPCIS, when it comes to traceability. But also we think that there are several companies in the world having word or getting word about digitalization, AI, sensors, drones, etc., but they cannot understand where to start with those technologies, how to implement them. So first of all, they have to learn to explore their own operations. And that's the point where we use our GS1 traceability standards, which includes 13 steps methodology, how to design a traceability system. And we do not have the time to go through all 13 steps, but I would mention 2 of them, which was also mentioned yesterday by the representative of FDA, and that's not a coincidence because these 2 terms I want to speak about came from an FDA document 2 decades ago or even more. And these are critical traceability event and key data elements. With this methodology, we enable companies to look at their processes differently with a new eye. And with this methodology, we can help them to break down their processes into the tiniest event where data, traceability data can be generated or can be changed. And this is, these are also the points where they can intervene. And after that, they are able to decide at which point to implement any kind of technologies. That's another question. I always say that which technologies should I implement, always the last question in this journey. Because first you have to understand your own processes, then your events, then your data requirement, which depends on the business, legal, geographical environment you work in. And after that, you can go to service providers and ask the prices of the technology. Let's say.
Yeah, you touched on an important point because mainly SMEs don't know where to start when they want to go to a supply chain like Gabriel's company. And GS1 standards may be the starting point for them to understand how to implement their own system before they can even think about digitalization, maybe. So thank you for that.
Exactly.
And let's turn to Greg. Your name is much longer, but you said Greg is easier, and thank
Greg
you for
is
that.
Fine.
So you said you've been working with governments in some countries around the world and with industry as well. Can you tell us how these systems were designed for government and implemented, and as well, not only the systems, but also the standards, regulations, and so on? And if these were mandatory or voluntary, and what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so we always said when we are designing a system for a client is that we have to figure out what is the main purpose of traceability. So we identified 3 main purposes or goals within traceability systems. One is, of course, the governmental perspective, which is food safety, most probably, so recalls. The second one, which is mostly comes from industry, is quality assurance, so compliance within the supply chain. And the third one is also coming from industry, is marketing, because we have to understand that traceability is a very powerful way in marketing as well. So you can prove claims that are not obvious within a digital system. So going back to the government always wants to control supply chains. And our first task in Vietnam was actually coming from food security. Will there be enough food? They wanted to see if there is enough food on the market, meat. It's a meat industry. But we transformed that request to not only answer food security, but also food safety, because it's the next big issue. If that product which is in the market is safe enough to consume. When you are involving authorities, governmental bodies, of course, it's a very heavy topic. It's a very hard topic because we see as scatterness, or these bodies and authorities are usually divided under ministries which sometimes do not communicate well enough. And we, as a solution provider, have to solve these communication within the government and then within the industry. And especially when we are talking about SMEs, so small farms, they sometimes lack the capacity to adopt. Of course, currently we can always say that there is a big fear of adopting a digital system. We always say that, okay, our system is running on a mobile phone. Now, currently, almost 90% of all population uses a mobile phone that way or another. So entering a very little data onto an administrative form is currently not an obstacle anymore, as it was 15 years ago or so. So that is comforting them. Of course, when we are talking about standards, and we are, of course, promoting GS1 standards as a partner, it's costly. So what we have seen that the first step, for example, into a national traceability is to somehow incentivize, especially small farmers, to join the system, to join in global standards. And that is a key to have that foundation that can be transformed into an industrial or a national or even a global traceability system. So what the key takeaway here is that you should provide a system, most probably a system as a service model, so they don't have to build digital capacities, and then incentivize the usage and the adoption.
So in your thoughts, a voluntary approach is better than a mandatory when we're talking about the national traceability system?
It's again a hard topic because when a system is mandatory, there is always a pushback from the industry. But of course, if you make it progressive and first you start a pilot with a willingness supply chain or members of a willing supply chain, and the results are good, and especially if it gives good market opportunities, especially exporting, then you will see a lot of will join. And especially for the SMEs, again, give some incentives to join in, help them. Maybe it's just the lecturing, so how they can learn to use the system. We have a clear model of train the trainers. So we are lecturing most probably university students in the field, and then they, on the local language, can teach the users to use the system, the actual users. And this two-step model is very effective on giving. One, you are building a capacity for support, and then they can also share the knowledge with the SMEs.
Thank you for that. And let's go briefly back to Gabriel. Why do you think retailers invest in traceability system? I know you've been implementing digital traceability systems for many years now, but why do you think it's important? Greg mentioned food safety. He mentioned also quality. Is there anything else that Metro considers vital?
Yeah, actually, there are many aspects. Started very simple with implementation, legal requirements, but it's more. It's about also transparency, efficiency, and also responsibility. As one of the largest wholesaler, Metro is aware of its responsibility and committed to sustainable procurement. This digital traceability systems helps also in this area. In general, food safety is an important aspect of public health to efficiently eliminate contaminated, spoiled or pathogenic products, and also reduce food waste and food loss. This is also important. I will tell a little bit more about it. With our digital traceability solution, we ensure transparency and promote safeguarding of critical food products, including the fight against illegal fishing, as an example. Our digital traceability system provides batch-specific information. It's based on harmonized GS1 standards and is applicable beyond fish, meat, etc. So the main question is why we decided for this. So especially in the fish area, where the European Union implemented legislation in 2011, we were asked to transfer a set of data about the origin of the fish from the fishery, from the production site to the customer. And this set is about maybe 12 parameters, yeah, like the fishing area, the fishing method, of course the batch number, the Latin name, etc. And you need to make available and provide this information along the entire supply chain, now till the end customer. So how do you do this if you don't have a digital system supporting you? Of course, you could take a paper and pen and write all the information and place it on the shipment and then take it and transfer it. At the end, you need to give it to the customer, but this would not be efficient, and it's also not safe enough. So think about the data loss, the failures, the mistakes you have along the supply chain. Yesterday, a small comment on this. We were talking many times about the data quality, and everybody would tell you, yeah, data quality is key for digital traceability systems, for analysis, etc. That's true, but believe me, this is nothing in comparison to the data which you don't have digitized. So what is the quality of this data? Think about this. So, and therefore, it's also about assurance. We are rightly supposed to provide 100% reliable data to the customer, but also to the authority when there is a crisis. And you cannot handle this without digital solutions. Crisis. Just one example. If you have a fish, very critical product, so if you have a recall, normally without digital support, if you don't have batch-based digital information, the only thing you can do is to block or recall the whole shipment. If you don't have lot-based data, what can you do? So you block, recall, and waste the whole shipment of fish or meat. From sustainability or ethical point of view, very critical. With this traceability system, which we introduced in 2013, we are now able to, let's say, pick up the right batch and block it or recall it. And that's very much helpful for the efficiency of our business.
Thank you, Gabriel. It's good to hear the insights of companies on the uses of traceability. From a food safety regulatory standpoint, we tend to believe that traceability is only linked to food safety and it's useful for food safety, but it's good to understand that companies benefit from it at different kind of levels. You mentioned quality, you mentioned food waste, food loss, and so on. And thank you for sharing that. I'd like to move then to ROLA, the IAEA. Can you tell us what the role of the could competent authorities play in digital traceability and how the IAEA supports its member states in implementing digital practices in conformity assessment?
Thank you for the question. So, the regulatory authorities, they are the main force to have a system of traceability. Traceability finally is as we said, is a system which we need to build. So that's why we need like a regulatory insight. Which has to build all the legal framework to have the system in place and to make it also operational and adopted by different stakeholders. building a system, also it has to be standardized. We have heard a lot from yesterday and today the type of information which we need to collect, attempt to develop a template to make a harmonized type of information, of input in this like big data place. So all of that, it has to be regularized and also well planned from a good regulatory framework. And that's, I think, what's mainly the food safety authorities are doing in member state. Nonetheless, it's not only about building a system. If we need really to make it operational, we need to think about the people who is working. It means capacity building. Digital literacy, I think, yet it's not really 100% expanded all over the world. And especially we need to think that the main, source of data, they are coming also from SMEs, the small and medium enterprise, as well from the small farmers in countryside. So we need really to make sure that all of them that are really aligned with the same level of knowledge. That would build the trust and the transparency of information, and that's what the consumer is looking for, in fact. The role of the IEA in all this spectra is more relevant to the analytical part. So what we are doing is capacity building for the conformity assessment, which are the analytical laboratory. Also, we build a system, like the regulatory authority, they build a system, but we cannot say that it is like separate, and we cannot still make reference to labs which has to make analysis and to conform the quality of the produced data. So the IEA is doing with the member state. We're offering capacity building for the laboratories, training. Sometimes it's regional training, sometimes it's customized according to the national needs. Sometimes it will be like a special type of, in the form of fellowship, also to be dedicated for a specific type of capacity building. Nonetheless, we're encouraging also the member state to go for to produce data via research and development. So we launched, let's say, a topic, any type of topic which can be interest for the member state, and then they apply for a project where they can have a certain support. Support could be financial, but also support from technical point of view, because during the implementation of the research project, they will be following by other experts coming from very reputed, and they are knowledgeable in the same on the same field. They help the researcher from member state to tune their project, to follow up the development, and to make sure that the goals to be achieved, it will be done within the time frame. So all of that, it comes within like a package of capacity building, and also sometimes we procure for them certain tools which they needed as a part from the traceability as well. We have helped many laboratories to implement the LIMS, the Laboratory Information Management System, that would help them in tracing the data of a sample from the sample collecting point till the issuing of the final results. That was very helpful. And you know that LIMS, it can be scaled up to really cover the analytical part. It means like we can cover also a lot of information from the agricultural practice as well, or from the production part. So by doing all of that, the IEA is customizing their support according to the need coming from the member state. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rola. And I remember the IAEA's deputy DG yesterday. She said the traceability is the Achilles of developing countries. And Gabriel also mentioned something important, and it's the issue of paper. If we're thinking about how challenging it is to have interoperability between systems, imagine having interoperability between paper and digital systems. And you also brought up an important point on LIMS. It's one more system that probably needs to be integrated into other systems. So there's another challenge there for interoperability. Greg, you mentioned that in some countries they've implemented national traceability systems. So we can suppose that the companies can have their own system and maybe be interoperable with the national traceability system. Can you tell us, in your experience, how this connection between private data and national data works?
Okay, so as also Vix mentioned in this video, in the early years of traceability, there were a need to create one system that accompanies all the digital data into one supply chain. Most of them were really driven by retail chains. Yes, that's true, and because they have a really big buying power, and these systems had a lot of data inside. But of course, when we are talking about a national system, that cannot be transferred to national level. So, for example, we have just done a big consultancy to the Jordanian government about a national traceability system. They also envisioned a big, solid one-step system. But we said that, no, there are a lot of traceability systems already in place within the industry. Most of them are internal traceability systems, so maybe it's an ERP that looks for all the process steps, or a process management steps, or a warehousing. But these systems are already fulfilling the need for traceability inside the system. We need to connect supply chain members. So that's why we suggested that for the government, let's build a national traceability hub, a platform that talks within the industries with the EPCIS standards, with GS1 standards and identifiers, that collects all the data from various supply chains where are already systems, and then create views for each governmental bodies that can, what they want to see from all those collected data. Of course, these data are not as detailed because they are not dealing so deeply into quality assurance. But if there's a need, of course, we can channel a LIMS system and, of course, digital data of laboratory analyses and laboratory sampling, if that's the requirement, by the legal requirement. But the key is to have a solid legal foundation and then create a digital democracy where every supply chain or big player can have their own system, but talk to a national level system. In this setup, also, it's important for SMEs, again, to join in. And what we have suggested, that we should build a separate system. The most important or national product is dates. So the module dates is a very prideful product. So we suggested to build by the government an SME traceability system that will be able, with the standards, to talk to the National Traceability Hub. So yes, legal framework, good foundation in standards, and then digital setup that allows many systems to join.
Thank you for that. And can we go back to Christina? A question would be, from an SME standpoint, what do you think are the main challenges to implement traceability solutions?
Next to the point I highlighted in the previous session, that they do not know how to start dealing with digital technologies, is the lack of education. And that was this question came up at the closing event of a series of trainings sponsored by the Digital Agri and Food Academy in Hungary. And what we did, that we contacted the network of consultants maintained by Chamber of Agriculture in Hungary. So somehow the methodology was what T-Food followed in Vietnam, where they trained students, and then the students went to the farmers. So we went to this network of consultants, and they are several thousands in Hungary, in a small country, but they have a day-to-day connection to the farmers. So they are responsible to transfer this knowledge, how to start with digital traceability system, how to design them, where to go for advice, where to go for standard implementation. And also what we saw that in farms where generation change already happened, the younger owners, the younger generation is quite open to implement new technologies. Moreover, these new technologies can be compelling for them to get back to the agriculture for younger generations. Where the older generations are still responsible for the operation of a farm is still a tricky thing. So therefore we went to these consultants and hope that they will understand, that they would understand that traceability is not just for fun, not just for implementing a new technology because it's fancy or sexy or something, but they can gain a much deeper insight into their own operations, and they can retrieve more data which can help them to make better business decisions.
Thank you for that. And indeed, education, and Rola also mentioned capacity building to the member states is quite important. If we think of a good X or tweet, traceability is sexy, it would be pretty nice, I think. Hashtag. Gabriel, can you share what type of challenges do you face when countries are implementing digital traceability systems? And do you think there are any opportunities for data sharing between public and private stakeholders?
So traceability, digital traceability sounds sexy indeed, that's true, but I tell you it's a very painful process. It's even more painful than you can imagine. So there are many challenges. First of all, you need to take some money and then invest in systems, in interfaces, in people, etc. And then you can see here the IT landscape of Metro Germany. I'm talking about only one country, and I'm talking about only one article, product fish, fresh fish. And so you see here, I don't know, a dozen of IT systems which need to be connected, which need to speak to each other without failure and transfer data along all the systems. So most of them are already available when you wish to implement a digital traceability system. So you don't start on a new paper. You have all the systems, and you cannot change them. You cannot shut down them because they are needed for your business. Now, none of the systems which you can see here is plug and play. All of them are complex. They need to be adopted, changed, programmed, and all of them maybe conduct failures. So if you manage this data flow within your internal company, then you are happy, but this is half of the story. Because I told already, you need to have the data flow end to end, starting from your supplier, from the production side. And each of your previous suppliers may have a similar landscape. Now, the biggest challenge is connecting all these involved parties into a data flow. And 100% real data, no fake, no failures, on time when you need them. Once you managed to connect all the systems together, then you have really an efficient system. And then it's not only about, as told, assurance, etc. Then you are efficient. Then you save money. Then you don't need to hire armies of employees to handle this data. So, but very quickly, this is also only one of the challenges, the IT challenges. The second is you need to convince your partners to join the system. And many of them, they don't have basic IT systems. Now you ask them to upload data, batch numbers, etc. into a GS1 database, as an example, and they tell you, I can issue an invoice, that's it, more I cannot do, some of the smaller suppliers. And you need to motivate all of them to be part of the systems. I think this is even the biggest challenge.
Gabriel, thank you for sharing this IT landscape. We can see visually how complex it can be to come up with a traceability solution. And sometimes it's very complicated to just picture it or imagine it. And when we see it here, it's overwhelming. Quickly, let's address a quick question, Greg, before we can go to the minute of silence. The solutions created by your company are being used in developing countries. What role do you think education could play to change the mindset, particularly among SMEs? I know you talked about motivation, but perhaps we can dig in on the role of education very briefly.
No, education is very important, and education on multiple levels. So, of course, as Christina mentioned, we also see that transformation, that the younger generation who are early adopters in digital technologies are willing to bring those technologies into the industry. So what we are waiting is to see that the governments are also moving to this new change, that digitalization will be the key for food safety and food quality, because then the data can be shared much more faster. And of course, with those data, they already have, we can create new aspects, new reports, new ways of looking onto the data.
Thank you for that. We can stop here briefly so we can have the minute of silence. The team can come in briefly. We still have a couple of minutes to spare, but I'd rather we stop here. 1 minute? Okay. We can wait for 1 minute. Yeah? I don't think we can address another question in 1 minute, but let me see if we can address another question briefly, Rola, in under 1 minute. Are there any data or information on which IAEA has been collecting to ensure traceability using rapid screening methods, for instance, from market surveillance?
Regarding the rapid screening method, it's a type of methodology which we are developing in our laboratories, and we make sure to be transferred for member state. Of course, like now, the market is plenty of techniques, and the technology is coming really very high. But the adopted one with rapid screening method is only to have a tool to respond to emergency cases and also to help in the market surveillance. So having small digital tools which can be used directly in the market and will tell you directly if we have a positive or negative results. But in that way, if we have a positive result, it doesn't mean that we will stop there, because we need always to have the confirmatory analysis with the conventional technology. So that it doesn't replace the rapid screening, it doesn't replace really the conventional part.
The time has come. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you all, those of you who can, to please rise and join in observing the National Minute of Silence. Let us stand in unity and remembrance for the young lives lost in the tragic high school shooting in Graz. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to give the floor to the Deputy Permanent Representative of Austria, Mr. Georg Oberreiter.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to all colleagues here. It is my great honor to express our deep gratitude for this show of solidarity and especially for sharing in our grief. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oberreiter. Marianne, back to you and your speakers.
Thank you. And I'd like to open the floor for questions so that the audience can have some chance to interact with you.
If I may, because you asked me about...
Okay, so can we finish your intervention and then we can go to the questions? Thank you.
Just like to complete on that question, what type of data the IEA is helping member states to collect. In fact, okay, we develop the method, we transfer the knowledge, and here we make sure that they are collecting their own national data in an accurate and credible way. Now, mainly, like what the type of information they can help. The best example is about food fraud. Yesterday, about DDG, she mentioned in her speech where we help member state to come for appellation d'origine or appellation of origin for some value chain product which can enhance the economical value for this product. What we do, like in such type of a practice, we need to collect like 100 or more than 100 of samples and to build in the database by using certain type of techniques. It can be a stable isotope, it can be a trace element, or any other type of technology which can be like directly linked to the fingerprint of the product, of course linked with many other geographical information. So all of that is a compilation of data which we need to come out with only one solution, one conclusion to say that this product is coming from this origin and it reflects the authenticity as well of the product. Here it is a good tool to use it against the food fraud, which can be in variable way, like they may do dilution of the product, they may mix it with another similar product, but it has different origin and so on. So that's one part. And also the other type of data which we are collecting also is related to radiological or radionuclide in food, every member state, they need to build a background for the radionuclide, especially for the natural radionuclide, which are present in food product. So that's why it's like a type of campaign, which they need to maintain, to do it over years, and to come up with a certain limit above, around that, which defined as a background level for this member state for this type of a product as well. By doing all of that, they are using also type of detectors which are digital and where they can transfer the data very easily to the laboratory and to make like a different type of analysis in order to have a good background for the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Roland. Food fraud is another topic, a relevant one linked to traceability as well. So now we can go to the audience. The lady over here, please.
Thank you very much, and thanks for such informative session. I have a question. I'm from the African Union Development Agency, and my name is Kifiloma Lucy. I'm heading Nutrition and Food Safety Program within the AU. So my question will go to Greg. You mentioned that you have been assisting governments and giving them solution in this digital traceability. I come from South Africa, but I'm also coming from Botswana originally. So in Botswana, for example, we are beef exporters, and we have a challenge of foot and mouth disease. And it's been happening for many years for Botswana, and I know they've been exporting beef to EU, especially in England. And that has actually been a challenge in terms of Botswana government trying to really control the spread of the foot and mouth disease. So what they've been doing is they've been zoning, doing zones in a country per districts or per region to monitor and control the spread of the foot and mouth disease. So I'm wondering, as you are speaking in this important session, like how would you apply the digital traceability for such problem for the Botswana government to actually continue exporting the beef to the EU market and globally? And I want to know also, have you done this work in Africa since you are international lead in traceability projects? Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your question. So first question first. No, in Africa we haven't done. We are planning to do, but we haven't done any traceability work as well. But for the Vietnamese government, we have a traceability system called livestock traceability, which where the smallest of farm register all the animal types from cows to even to pets, and some cases birds and so on, where they are registering their animals, and they have a task of reporting those animals, especially if there's any symptoms of disease or death cases. And from those granular information, the veterinary authority and the food safety authority can decide if there needs to be a zoning. We are also helping them with collecting all those data. Of course, the farmers just only saying that, okay, we have these and these symptoms. I don't know the actual disease, but then the government can send veterinaries there and actually decide what is the disease. Do we need to have a zoning? And we have just built an AI tool that can have prediction vectors for the spread of disease. And this is helping them on creating those zonings, what you have mentioned. Another important for especially when we are talking about cows and beef is the coming, or it's already the EUDR, where you have to have traceability information right to the actual farm, that it wasn't deforested to have those cows. So again, digital traceability helps you to enter this information and then pass it along in the supply chain, because the importer in the EU who brings those foods onto the market have to have proof that these animals, these products are not came from deforestation. Again, this is where traceability can help you.
Thank you, Greg. We had another question over here, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Marko Jelkovic, and I am a college professor from Serbia. I used to work for the national control body as a laboratory analyst. I teach food toxicology. I have a couple of questions. First one is for Gergely. Have you, in your working experience, have you ever worked with cooperatives of small food business operators?
Yes, we have.
And
yes.
Could these cooperatives, in terms of platforms, can be a solution? Because as Christina and Gabriel mentioned, we need to acknowledge the capacity of food business operators. Most of the time, they are overwhelmed. They are struggling just to produce. They do not have enough time to think about digitalization or traceability. Could these platforms be a solution as a outsource help, let's say? And I have another one for Ms. Christina. Let's say if we implement the standards at the platform level, at the cooperative level, can we suppose that these standards are implemented for all members of the cooperative? And would these suppliers be confident enough for you, Gabriel?
Can we briefly address the questions? We're running out of time.
Yeah, so it's very important that cooperatives or any platforms, for example, food associations, could be that linkage between government and industry where there is enough power to already pay or support the system and enough knowledge to have that, teach the teachers, and of course take over some administrative tasks from the actual small farmers.
Thank you. Yes, these cooperatives can be an absolute partner for traceability when they are able to provide the origin information. So which farmers provided that given product, then it's okay. Absolutely fine.
So the cooperative would be for us the producer, but the traceability system can go even to the level of the specific farmer, of the specific cow. If you provide the data, I can show a picture of the cow where this piece of steak is coming from. I mean, normally we don't use this, of course, but potentially it is possible, and it's depending on the data your cooperative is uploading to the system.
Thank you. I know there's more questions. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I would invite you to approach them at the coffee break and ask your questions. Just as a very quick closing remark, I would like to ask Christina a thought-provoking question. What's the future of traceability?
In my mind, that's not a marketing value in the future, as Gergely said, because that's the new normal, that we provide all the evidence to all the claims we connect to the product. So that's the new normal. And in this world, in my mind, it is the basis. A digital traceability system is the basis to my future business decisions, because it is able to provide such deep information about my operation, if I'm a producer or anything like that, then that's the base for my business decisions. Everything else we are speaking about today is the new normal, providing reports, providing value, providing evidence to the claims, etc.
Thank you for that insight, Christina, and thank you all for joining us today and a wonderful audience. And with this, we close this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once more to all our experts. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marianne. Our experts, one more round of applause, I think, for them, for shedding light on the complexities and solutions surrounding digital traceability and data standards. And thank you one more time to you, Mr. Operator, for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you. So it's time now to take a quick coffee break until 10:40. But before you do so, please know that our lovely colleagues from UNIDO are standing just over there by that door. They will take you to Bank of Austria to pick up your daily allowance. So please do so. They'll be there as well during lunchtime. And of course, if you are able to make your way to the bank on your own, if you know where it is, all you need is an ID with you. So enjoy the coffee break and we'll meet here again at 10:40. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ask you to make your way to your chairs. We'll be starting very, very shortly. Rebonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je vous prierai de regagner vos places. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Thank you all for joining us again for our next session. We'll be starting very shortly with session 5. Bonjour à tous. I hope that you enjoyed the coffee breaks. Lovely to see you all again. So let's jump right in session 5, bridging the data gap, sharing information for enhanced food safety outcomes and trade, and it is a direct continuation of our discussions on data. So as trade and data levels increase, the session will highlight why the industry and regulators require the digitalization of food control systems. It will also address the variability of technological solutions and the critical need to agree upon international data and data standards to avoid potential barriers to trade. So let's put our hands together now to welcome our fantastic moderator, Mr. Glenn Edmonds, Director of Export Standards Branch at the Australian Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Welcome, Glenn. Yeah, anywhere, maybe here actually, yes. Anywhere you fancy, maybe here.
Oh, I can't see you. I've got stage fright because there's so much bright light. I can't see any of you, so I'm terribly sorry. So I'm Glenn Edmonds. I'm a Director of Strategy and Science in the Export Standards Branch in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry in Australia. And I'm particularly interested in work on codex, and one of the codex works we're doing in CC Fix. So I'd encourage everybody to join CC Fix and actually participate. One of the things that we're working on at the moment is a paper on digitalisation of national food control systems. And it's a high-level paper looking at what the basic principles would be. And one of the things I'd really like to encourage also is that we also include definitions, and some of these very long words that you're hearing, like the interoperability, is certainly one that I think needs defining so that we can all be on the same page when we're talking about the challenges and risks. So today's session is going to be slightly different to others. We have 4 speakers that will come up and talk to their relevant topic around data sharing and their experiences with digitalisation in their own space. And they will sort of give us some life lessons on that. We'll then ask them some questions, and then I'll throw it open to the floor for all of you to ask questions as well. I'd really like a really active and enthusiastic question time so that we can get as much out of this session as we possibly can. So first of all, I'd like to call up Dr. Khaled Al-Zarani, who's the Vice Chair of Codex Alimentarius and also Chief Information International Relations in Saudi Food and Drug Authority. So Khaled, if you could come up, please. Welcome. Thank you. I think we'll just take Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ms. Andrea Maldonado, who's going to represent BBL, I think, is it? Yes, from Germany. Thank you. Oh, just one. And followed by Mr. Alden Hilbrands. Alden is with FSSC. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. And last but not least, from the is Mr. William O'Sullivan from the USA, and you're from Cream Global. Take a seat. Wonderful. I have sight impairment, so I need to change my glasses throughout. I'm sorry. So as I said, we'd start with a presentation by each person. I'd like to invite Khaled to actually open the presentations if he could. He's going to give us a presentation about his experience in Saudi Food and Drug Authority and hopefully a little bit about the Codex Alimentarius work that he's currently doing. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm not going to complain about the lights, as I see your spirit is shiner than the lights. My name is Khaled Zahrani. I'm working for Saudi Food and Drug Authority as Head of International Communication for Food Standards. I'm also serving as Codex Vice Chairperson for the Commission. I'm really glad to be here and thanking UNIDO and Government of Australia for conducting such an important event. Let me ask you a question. How familiar we are with this device? And I guess we are all familiar with this device. If I have one wish, I would wish that I can travel through time. Not to see my future self, but to travel to the past. So we haven't seen that technology yet, and I hope it happens. For that, I would ask you kindly just to join me traveling back to 1998. When this device was available, it was the first years of internet to be provided in Saudi Arabia, and I have witnessed a discussion between my father and his friends. At the time, they were discussing the importance of internet and how would that have an impact or effect to the services provided by the government. And it turned out that it has eased our life. Internet becomes part of our life now. In that sense, I believe AI, the topic that we are discussing all over these years, is similar to the internet back in 1998. And I'm hopeful that we will see its benefits to our work in the future. We're not just going to travel through time, but we will travel to locations. We'll land now in Rome, where Codex Alimentarius is based in FAO. So, and this I would shed light on a couple of projects done by Codex Alimentarius towards the digitalization, the most difficult word. So, in the CC Fixed Committee that is led by Australia under the excellent leadership of Mr. Tom Black, we have witnessed a couple of topics discussed and published. One of them is the standards on remote inspection. This standard aims to assist Competent Authority in the use of remote audit and inspection activities, and I will come to that later when we see its implementation at our national level. In this sense, Codex encourages its member states to implement the standards at their national level. Also, I would like to thank Norway for bringing up an important topic to the previous CCFIX meeting back in 2024, where they proposed work related to the establishment listing. The work should simplify and lessen the burden of establishment list in order to decrease the requirements for data gathering. And I'm honored to say that we have co-chair this work with Norway. Thank you, Norway. From Rome to Riyadh, my home country, I'll talk about SFDA and activities and projects done by SFDA towards digitalization. So we have worked on what's so-called Ghad platform, which means tomorrow. Ghad means tomorrow. So in that platform, we have merged lots of services, e-services provided by the organization to its clients. in one platform to facilitate the communication between business operators and SFDA. Also, the licensed establishment list, and this is why we are interested in joining Norway in their work for the establishment list. Not only we have been focusing on business operators, but also we have one specific group that we wanted to communicate with, who is the consumers. And for that, we have launched Sarah, not Codex Sarah. I know you're smart already, but we have a smart Sarah who's called Sarah Chatbot. Sarah Chatbot could be communicated either via the website or WhatsApp. So consumers can communicate with Sarah Chatbot, and Sarah will respond to the requests. There are a couple of projects that are honored to be mentioned, which is related to the AI in the field of laboratory and drugs sectors in Saudi FDA. And for that, we were honored with the Arab Digital Government Award early this year. So I promised that we are traveling through time. I will take you back to the future, because I started with the past and talk a little bit about the future. So now is the future. Current SFDA strategic plan is focusing on the area where the advanced technology to be looked at, as well as Codex, where in the upcoming strategic plan has mentioned leveraging digital and other new technologies. This reflects the importance of technology at both level, internationally and locally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khaled. I was very lucky to spend 4 years in Riyadh as the Australian Agricultural Councillor, and I was able to work closely with SFDA in the Gulf Standards Organisation, and during that time it was good to, to observe some of that digitalisation and the changes that actually occurred. So thanks for reminding me a lot about the good times I had there.
Thank you so much. It's an honour.
So our next speaker is Ms. Andrea Maldonado. Andrea actually coordinates the work of the advisory group on data of the EFSA advisory forum for the European Food Safety Authority, is EFSA. I actually tried to tell myself not to use acronyms. So I'm going to try, but I don't think I'm going to succeed. Sorry. Andrea identifies her main objective as to connect expertise and to enable synergies between experts and entities from different European countries in the remit of data and digitalisation. So I think it's going to be very good. And I think continues yesterday's theme of the forum, which was around the cooperation and collaboration work that we need to see to make digitalisation work. So, Andrea, if you'd like to. You can go there if you like. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to this nice forum. So my name is Andrea Maldonado. I work for the German Food Safety Authority, and I have been working for the European Food Safety Authority for the last 3 years. And I'm responsible there for the scientific coordination of the advisory group on data. And yesterday, my panelist colleague told me that I have to tell a story, or it's good to tell a story at the beginning of the presentation, and here's my story. Before joining the Food Safety Office, I was working in the field of official statistics. And there I experienced that in official statistics, standardized terminology is in place and used from the local authority level up to the UN level. So they completed the standardization procedure before the digitalization process. So I think it was a bit easier for them. But now they are able to exchange and compare data because they have harmonized terminology. And this is something that motivates me for my day-to-day work, because I know it's possible. Okay, today I will talk about the data flows in Germany in the public food safety area and the challenges of interoperability that we have. And in the second part, I would like to tell something about my work for the European Food Safety Authority, coordinating the work of this advisory group on data. So data is very important for food safety. I think this has been said a lot of times here and is a basis for all decisions that we make at all levels. And that's why data sharing is essential between authorities. And in Germany, this data sharing is characterized with numerous data flows. Now I learned that there are maybe not data flows, but pouring data from one container to the other, but I call them data flows. And in simple terms, one can speak of vertical data flows and horizontal data flows. So the vertical data flow starts at the data capture, at the point of sampling by the food inspector, and flows via the laboratories and the federal states in Germany to the BBL. Parts of this data are then sent to the European Food Safety Authority, other parts to the European Commission. This is the vertical data flow. At the national level, several institutions are involved in food safety tasks. The BBL is responsible for data management and risk management. BFR, another quite large institution, is responsible for risk assessment. We have another institute, Friedrich Loeffler Institute, who is responsible for animal health. Another institute is responsible for nutritional issues. So the data flows also horizontally between these institutions in an interdisciplinary manner. So this is the horizontal data flow. And what is the problem? The problem is that we don't use consistent data standards throughout these data flows. And we have something called output harmonization. That means that data recipients specify the format in which the data needs to be transmitted. So EFSA and the European Commission, for example, have data formats, and we have, as member states, we have to transmit our data to the European Union in these data formats. And this applies also to all levels below. And as I said, there are no consistent standards or shared vocabularies that apply across the whole data chain. And that means that the data need to be mapped between a data format to another before being uploaded from one system to the other. And this leads to a lot of manual work. It slows down the decision-making process and has an impact, of course, on data quality. The fact that the complexity is increasing, that the technology is developing very rapidly, is another complexity layer in this process. But we noticed quite early that other member states have the same issues. They faced similar difficulties and have same or very similar pain points across their data flows, and that everyone tries to find solutions to the same problems across Europe. And that's why in 2018, next slide, please. Oh, it's this one. In 2018, a task force was set up with the name Advisory Forum Task Force on Data Collection and Data Modeling was set up, and the task was here to describe the situation and the interoperability problems and to draw up recommendations. And here under this QR code, you can find the website of the Advisory Group on Data, and there you can also find the paper that this previous group produced. And one of the recommendations was to set up a working group, a standing working group, which then can work on the implementation of these recommendations. And this group is called Advisory Group on Data, and it exists since 2021. Next week, it will have its 31st meeting. So, as you see, a solution has not been found yet, but the group has done a lot of work, and I would like to show you some outcomes. outcomes on that. So the group, you can see here the clusters and the sub-working groups of the group, because the group operates 4 sub-working groups. And it consists of, in total, 60 experts from 20 European countries and the European Commission. Hungary is the chair country, and the chair of the main group will be a panel guest tomorrow, I think, here at the forum. The group's mandate is for 3 years and is supported by a roadmap, by a 3-year roadmap, which can also be found on the website. And the main objective of this group is to find solutions to common interoperability problems in the European food safety system. Yes, the clusters that we have and the subgroups are data management, tools and ecosystems, people and capacity, data governance and innovation. And another initiative on the European level from the European Food Safety Authority to strengthen member state collaboration is the EFSA Focal Point Framework. And through this framework, EFSA finances so-called tailor-made data projects. And these are projects in which at least two or several member states work together, and they develop concepts and tools together to data-related topics. Like in the area of data collection, data analysis, AI, and so on. And member states collaborate in different roles. There are leading countries, there are participating countries. For example, one leading country can develop a tool, and the participating country can provide data for that tool, or provide requirements of its own country to that tool, or be the tester of the tool. Some examples of ongoing projects include investigating the use of large language models to support food classification in Food X2. Food X2 is the terminology used by EFSA. Then another project is building a mapping tool that can translate from any data format to another data format. And a third example is a tool that enables food inspectors to collect data at the point of sampling in EFSA terminology, and to avoid all this mapping along the data chain. And so far, this advisory group on data and the subgroups have built up a network of experts in Europe and collaborate in different data projects and work together. And as a next step, they are planning to initiate the establishment of a European food safety data space. And that would mean working on common data standards and standards for systems that are involved. And an example for this could serve the European health data space. And we will have a presentation next week at the meeting of the advisory group on data by the European Commission. And they will report how they build up the European health data space, which is a pilot project of the European interoperability framework. Yes, and we hope to learn from them how to create the right conditions for such an initiative and how to get started. So thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Andrea. It's actually really good, and I think that you're emphasising some of the things that we've actually heard in the last day as well. And certainly one of those things I think is the interoperability issue. I think it really is something that is cutting across. It's a word people try and avoid because it is hard to say. I still struggle with it, but most days I can eventually get there. And the other good thing I think is that the issues that we talked about over the last day about the struggles between countries or between sharing data, you're actually experiencing within the microcosm, as it will be, or probably macrocosm of the EU, and I think that's a really useful thing. And I think if you can talk to Andrea after the session, I think that'd be really great. I certainly will have a few questions for you. Our third speaker, it's better keep on schedule, is Auden Hilbrands. Auden is the CEO of the VFSF Foundation and is chair of the management board of that organisation. He's also technical director and now has responsibility for the foundation's strategy and is accountable for the scheme the integrity program, and the learning and development activities. So he's a very busy man. So glad we've got him here. So Alden, if you'd like to give your talk.
Well, hello everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and we're very proud to be co-hosting, co-sponsoring this event with UNIDO. My name is Alden Hilbrands. I work with a non-for-profit foundation. We're based in the Netherlands, and we own a certification program for food safety management system certification. Very happy to be with Glenn and the rest of the people here in the panel to have a good discussion with you as well on the challenges that we face. I think it's fantastic that we have people from all over the world here, from the private sector, from regulators, from service providers. I brought our technical director, Hen, sitting here front row with me. He's the mastermind in our organization thinking through the digital strategy. And yeah, we need each other to come up with solutions for all these complex problems. So I have put basically 2 slides together to kind of introduce you to our organization. Some of you might know us, some of you might not know us. So we actually last year we visualized our marketing and communications department. They did a nice job in creating a nice visual on who we are and what we do. You will see the backdrop is obviously, the things we discuss here is IT and compliance and data and the digital space that we live in nowadays. So if you look at the visualization, or we call it our brand identity nowadays, you will see at the top and at the bottom our vision and our mission. So ultimately we are a not-for-profit foundation, so our vision is looking at the world to make this a better place, right? I mean, we want to, do that by contributing our piece as a certification program owner. And then at the bottom, you will see what we bring to the world. So basically for us, this revolves around 2 aspects. It's to provide trust and deliver impact. So providing trust for us is very much about making sure that all those companies that have been audited and certified to the scheme rules of FSSC 22000, in this case, if we talk food safety, that they have been, delivering a proper audit, all the data that comes to us, all the reports, all the certificates that we also oversee meets those requirements. And the impact piece is of growing importance. We became a member of the United Nations Global Compact at the end of 21. And that essentially means that you as an organization also have to think about, okay, how does my world relate to the bigger problems in the world, to the Sustainable Development Goals? And so we've been thinking through how we, with all the companies that use us across the world, which is close to 40,000 now, how we can make a difference. And we had some projects that we've done with the Wageningen University. We do an annual project with students to think through how the work we do relates to the SDGs. And one clear piece of advice they gave us, you guys, you need to focus, you're in the food space, you need to focus on the problem of food loss and waste. So SDG 12.3. 12 is around responsible production and consumption, and 12.3 is basically saying everybody needs to kind of help half the food loss and waste that we incur in the world, because 40% of all the food that we have is wasted, which of course is a shame. I mean, we could solve the food security problem just by doing a much better job in this regard. And 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions is caused by food alone. So we decided adding food loss and waste requirements to our certification program. So the impact dimension is becoming increasingly important in the world that we live in. And we want to be a part of that discussion and be part of the solution. Now, in the inner circle, you would see the 3 value propositions that we have developed and are working on. On the top, it says schemes and assurance. We have a food safety management system certification scheme, like I said, based on ISO 22000. Grown from nothing in 2009 to now the largest program worldwide. The assurance piece means our own compliance checks that we do. We call it our integrity program. So we overlook whether or not those audits have been done correctly. When I came 10 years ago to the foundation, I became technical director back in the days. That was basically the main focus of the organization. We didn't really discuss data, interoperability, data quality. digital solutions. If you just had a scheme that had a set of rules and you were recognized by the Global Food Safety Initiative, you were in business, right? That was 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, we say, well, you know, yeah, that scheme rules is still important. We still have to meet certain benchmarks, and we do. But the data piece is becoming increasingly important. And big users, end users say, look, that scheme rules, that technical nitty-gritty, you figure that out. You know, what I want from you guys is solutions. I want insights into performance of my supplier, my own factories. So the digital solutions area, so sharing data in the platform that we have, is really, really becoming more and more important, not just for ourselves to oversee and overlook that growing amount of companies that use us, but also from a sharing perspective. So that is, I think, an emerging area. We discuss about it today a lot. On the left side, you will see a value proposition that we call capacity building. So you can imagine, for the amount of data that we have, through digital solutions, looking at trends, looking at issues, you can identify, for instance, the main challenges of any given sector or industry in a country and say, well, if this is the top 5 non-conformities, then if we want to be part of the circle of continuous improvement, we need to make sure that we also help companies with best practice to address those main non-conformities, those main challenges identified in audit. So this is basically also how we do the work with UNIDO. We started partnering with them in 2022, doing different projects in Africa and in Asia. And over time, this has evolved, and we're now also working, for instance, by sponsoring this event, more on the knowledge agenda, the convening agenda, not talking about ourselves, but talking about the industry and how we should be working together to address the bigger picture, the bigger challenges. So I think this is, in a nutshell, you know, who we are and what we do. And I have only one next slide to kind of show you how we work in the digital space. So, like I said, my colleague Hent, who is our Director of Digital Services, he's the mastermind of establishing, or we call it our assurance platform, so which is a digital environment that we built back in 2017 to host and create the ecosystem for different, we call it portals. A portal is an application for a specific target group. So we have a certification body portal that captures all the raw data from all the audits that are done on a daily basis. So I think we have about 130 licensed certification bodies. So that's the big companies like SGS and DNV and Bureau Veritas, but also many smaller ones across the world. We work with 40 accreditation bodies around the world. These guys enter the data through the audits and the people they employ on a daily basis. Well, or that portal captures the raw data. Then we are having also, we call it an IP and integrity program portal that looks at the compliance with our rules. We look at the data, look whether all contract parts comply with the rules. And the new development that we're working on is, we call it an industry portal, because more and more industry end users say that they are interested in having direct access to all the data that we have, because there's value in data, right? So the first step that we took is essentially working on the security piece, the not so sexy stuff that we earlier discussed, right? So everybody has a lot of questions on what about the security? And because we have a mouthful on ISO, we said we have to be ISO ourselves. So we looked at ISO 27001, Information Security Management System Certification. And we are also a relatively small organization. So it took us 1.5 years. Now we realize, well, for SMEs, management system certification is quite a challenge. So we did that, we achieved that. We're going to, I think next week or the week after, we're going to have our surveillance audit. So we'll be checked out by auditors to make sure that we're still doing the right things. We have built this portal actually through co-creation sessions with companies that use a lot of our data to understand how do you use the data. You know, what is the value for you in using data? Is it from a risk standpoint, from a reporting standpoint? Is that from a compliance standpoint? And different companies are on different journeys in terms of digitalization. So there's different use cases that represent different value for different companies. So we've learned a lot by that co-creation sessions. We have public data on all the certified organizations on our website. So obviously we offer APIs direct data bridge, I would say, in my language. I'm looking at Hans, but I probably get it all wrong. But to ping information, live information, over into the systems that at the receiving end. And we're now developing some other services that are based on the raw data that we have, for instance, around benchmarking or around looking at trends in the data across A-bread manufacturers that have their own sites or even in their supply chain. So there's different use cases that we're working on. But one of the biggest challenges, I must say, for us is data quality. We have so many different people around the world that gather all that data on a daily basis. To talk to them on what we want, to standardize that, to measure that, that is a journey that we are also in, like all of us here in the room. So this is in a nutshell on who we are and what we do, and I would love to discuss more with you and with the audience on how can we share this data better to the benefit of everyone. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed. And yes, I think we're actually getting bigger and bigger now as we're sort of talking along the chain of the speakers. You know, you're bringing like big data and all sorts of different things. And I wonder whether something like AI might be something that'd be interesting to look at your quality issues and how that sort of goes. So where we go from there. So our final speaker, just to introduce, is William O'Sullivan, or Will, I think he likes to be called. Will is responsible for designing and implementing systems to tackle challenges in the food safety space using data. This is going to be, I think, a good presentation. William brings advanced machine learning and analysis techniques to the world of food safety, specialising in approaches that meet the joint needs of regulatory and industrial clients. So good to hear this in regulatory side. So, William.
Sharing platforms that have really worked in the real world. I'm going to start with the Food Industry Intelligence Network. So I'm going to structure all of these stories in the same way so that they're nice and easy to follow. Hopefully by the time we've reached the end of them, there'll be one story that you'll have found has resonated with you. I'm going to structure them as follows. I'm going to start with a problem that the data hub or data sharing platform was trying to solve at the outset. I'm going to talk about the complication that arose, because complications always do. And I want to talk about the solution that addressed both the starting concern as well as the complications that have arisen across the way. So, starting with Finn, this was a platform that was conceived in order to address food adulteration and food fraud. Essentially, in the wake of the horse meat scandal, whereby horse meat was in places it should not have been, there was very much a call to action for industry to start assembling information in a way that will allow them to in an early capacity, identify occurrences of food fraud. So, naturally, great idea on paper. Everybody is excited up front about it, and then you hit your complication. Sharing data is a little scary, actually. For a lot of folks in industry, sharing data is a non-trivial exercise. There are always going to be concerns about a number of different things, but the two big ones that we came up with for Finn were around confidentiality and security. So, essentially, nobody wants their data to be used by a competitor. That's the nature of the game. And then in terms of security, nobody ever wants that information to reach across aisles where it shouldn't be. Nobody wants analysis derived on data they didn't want to explicitly share in the first place. Incredibly reasonable concerns. When we get to the point of solving this problem then, we have our data trust infrastructure. So by inserting a law firm actually into the middle of this process, we've dealt with kind of your legal concerns, your anonymization concerns by the provision of credentials to this law firm, who in fact actually anonymize and blind the data from us, even as the folks doing the analysis on the inside. So by the time we see their food fraud and authenticity concern data, it is simplified into a way that is still useful for conducting food fraud analysis, but then also safe. Nobody is actually going to see that test A on day 16 of a given month is going to be tied to retailer 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's all anonymized away. That concern about confidentiality is gone. The concern about security in terms of the provisioning of those materials is also treated by the virtue of having, again, a law firm as a trustee in this data trust, taking responsibility in some way for the provisioning of that data and making sure that all lands correctly. The second story I'd like to tell you is about the Western Growers Association and their data sharing platform. So Leafy greens are a commodity that is, known to have issues when it comes to dealing with microbial risk. Accordingly, farmers with no ability to really access a kill step that would help them with any of their HACCP work mean that they would have to try something a little bit different. And so different here was data sharing. They had heard about it. They thought it looked good. They were excited to start it. But of course, this excitement met with reality very quickly. We came to understand that when it comes to sharing this data, these growers were in such different places to start out with, in terms of either being very technologically sophisticated or still being, pen, paper, and filing cabinet systems, that in order to get meaningful analysis from a wealth of historical data, there'd be a lot of work up front, and then you also have to think about what system is going to make this sustainable. So, very simply put, the data sharing had to meet the growers where they were. At whatever stage of technological sophistication, be that wonderful, you have an API that we can connect to and we can start pulling in data right away, to, you have exactly this pen and paper documentation. If you can go the extra step and scan this into a digital form so that we can then start extracting information from PDFs that you're sending to us, wonderful. This is some way to get a somewhat even technological kind of playing field for everybody to share data on. And then from that point, in terms of the overarching solution for it, not just having data shared once, because sharing data once is so easy. It's an email, it's a zip file, it's done and dusted, you never have to think about it again. The cognitive burden of sharing data once is trivial. The issue is sharing data on an ongoing basis. And so to make this work long-term, because food safety risk is a long-term thing. It is ongoing, it is consistent, it is evolving. What we decided to do was, because all of these different growers had to go to LIMS systems, or had to go to labs rather, in order to get their tests processed, we went right to the labs. Open up the LIMS systems. Let's get that lab data in. So even if you're going to have a mom and pop farm down the way that will still be using pen and paper for their own personal recording, we're going to have access to information in a digital format right away. So this is how we've kind of cracked that issue of kind of the consistency then that's required to make data sharing work. Realizing at this point that there's a slide that should be showing up here as well as I'm speaking. Fair enough. Okay, that's fine. It was only one slide anyway. I kept it nice and light, so this will do all the heavy lifting for us. That's grand. Finally then, the last story is about the FDA's own data sharing initiatives. So FDA was in a very interesting position to begin with. They actually had what I consider the ideal problem, and that they had too much data. They had so much information because they'd been collecting information and surveying over the years and years. And they were at the point where they were like, you know what, now what we need to do is mine this information for ongoing insights, and then this will help direct the decision-making we're making off of historical data, the decision-making we're going to be making off the data we're collecting in future, and then it'll help actually guide both what data collection we need to do and then help inform any of the new legislation that we're going to be contributing to in terms of updating regulations. So, nice problem statement to start with. We have too much data. Please, Will, help us do some analysis on it. I'm like, happy days. I love too much data being a problem. But the complication, of course, is when I get in there with my kind of eyes as the guy who actually does the machine learning, I'm writing the code, that's part of my day job. When I get in there and I start looking at, we're getting these results, they're okay, they're fine, they're good, but they could be better. I know, because it's a case of, what do I want to see? If I'm putting myself in the FDA's shoes, if I'm trying to make decisions almost on their behalf in a way, trying to say, I want to drive for the highest possible standard of insight that we can get out of this data. What else do we need here? What will really complete this picture? So what started then as kind of an intra-FDA data sharing platform, whereby we're looking across different teams in the agency, looking to get data from here and here and here to assemble a nice coherent picture of what food safety looks like for the US. The idea simply came up of, why not start looking to work with other agencies on this? Why not start pulling in data from NOAA and the CDC and start looking to third-party publications as well? Why do we have to be limited in the pursuit of doing really, really good to what we already have? Can we go further than that? So what started then as kind of a data sharing initiative, again, within the FDA, extended to data sharing with other federal agencies in order to capture the really representative picture. This is one of the tricks that I kind of haven't seen discussed so far at this session when it comes to the use of machine learning and artificial intelligence, is that what you want for a real thorough and effective analysis is for your data to be representative of the system you're modeling. This is one of the nice strengths of your classical statistical modeling you're never going to have to really throw massive amounts of data at it. You're going to run your statistical tests, show that they work, and then happy days, you're good to go. With machine learning approaches, you need to make sure the data you're actually modeling on is representative of your system. So the way we capture that, the way we assemble a picture of data being brought together, that matters. By pulling all of these different sources of data together, we managed to put together a better picture for the FDA in terms of, between all this data, what's going to drive an insight that makes your decision-making easier? How are you going to essentially, multiply the decision-making capacity of all the folks who are then, asked and tasked with making that decision at the end of the line? So those have been 3 stories about how we've done data sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. I think actually you brought us back to the beginning. Talking about data, you've actually brought us back to data standards almost. We're just talking about the meeting the requirements of machine learning. So I think that's great. What I'd like to do now is I'd just like to ask a couple of questions of the panel myself, and I'd like to open up so that everybody else can actually ask some questions, and hopefully this will help stimulate some of that discussion. So, Khaled, Codex has been the focal point for development of standards for food and guidance for food safety for both regulators and industry. And I just would like to ask, how has the introduction of digitalisation influenced standards development? And what do you think Codex can offer to guide digitalisation in food safety and fair practices in food trade?
Right. Thank you so much. When it comes to digitalization, if we look at the past, current, and ongoing work in various committees in Codex, we would see it taking place in this work. Let's take an example of the remote inspection standard. So it does go towards the digitalization, which eventually has been set there to ensure safer food and trade facilitated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think also, like from the work in CC Fix, a lot of the things that we're bringing in there, being the food import and export inspection, inspection certification systems. I think certification is another one of those areas, and there's CC Fix papers on the use of eCert and also world standards on through the UN on UNC-EFACT on eCert as well. So I think a lot of that is coming from bodies like yourself and your own. So I think that's really good. Just going further then, Andrea, it's a great presentation, a great insight. Thank you for sharing. I think regulators always, we're becoming better at sharing the experiences that we have, and I think that's really good, and I think something to move forward. And I think you highlighted interoperability, that lovely word again. And I remember we were working on the traceability paper last year, and it became a word of contention as well. So it's one of those things that's throughout. People need to understand what interoperability is and the challenges it poses. Were you primarily referring to interoperability of systems as being an issue, and how did you tackle that if it was? Or do you think that a focus on standards for the use of interoperable data might be part of a solution there?
I was referring mainly to the semantic interoperability, and that means data standards. Because I think the first step, in my opinion, the first step is to have interoperable data standards, and then the rest, the exchange of data, the technical interoperability of systems is then the additional step that needs to be done. But the first step is to have agreed on data standards to avoid the data mapping that needs to be done.
So taking that then to another next level, do you see then that getting those standards right, we can actually take the interoperability from a paper-based system all the way through to a digital system?
Yeah, I think that to introduce those standards before a digital system is in place for several years and evolved historically is much easier. It's much easier to do it before you have a digital system, because we have the situation that we have established digital systems, but they are very heterogeneous, and it's very, very complicated to introduce new standards in such a already existing system.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think that's come through in the presentations that we had this morning when they were talking about the difficulties of the different systems talking to each other, and it just means that with a clean slate, maybe it's easier to create something, and probably something hopefully more simple. But let's see how we go. Alden, I understand that you believe that we have too many audits. I know that's paraphrasing what you say and probably cutting across your business. But I suppose really looking at digital tools such as remote auditing, remote monitoring, all the data that we actually can collect, and we'll talk a lot about the different data that you can collect in different types. I suppose, firstly, have I got it right? And I'll let you rephrase what I said about too many audits. Secondly, I suppose, the second thing I thought was really interesting with what you raised in your diagram was trust. And I think that if you're going to change the way we operate with the way we audit or the way we move data and so forth, and even sharing of data, which is one of the things that we're talking about here, do you find that that you have increased that element of trust with the way that you actually run your system?
Thank you very much for the question. I would say that being in the food industry, I think in a way is very conservative, very old-fashioned to some extent, because food safety could have a lot of implications, right? Negative implications in terms of hurting the reputation of a company. Impacting the health of people, falling ill, even dying, and that means that people are quite nervous about sharing data sets. I mean, that's what my neighbor was alluding to, and we as an organization we try to advocate for innovation in the audit process. So I believe what we need to think about, all of us, is how can we still achieve a robust outcome, because that is absolutely needed, in a different manner. And then talking about challenges that you talked about, in my world, in our world as a scheme owner, a challenge would also be all of the different standards we have to follow. There's different ISO standards that spell from A to Z how a food safety audit has to be conducted. And that is not always up to par with the latest state of play in industry, right? So I think that's what we need to challenge. We need to experiment. When COVID came, I still remember all of a sudden we were all locked up in our house. And then we were in our organization getting nervous that, of course, all those auditors could not reach the sites anymore to conduct the audits. And so we had a lot of discussions on how could we overcome that with remote technology. And we actually reached out to aerospace and to automotive, to completely different industries from food. But when you start talking to them, two of their main focus areas is safety and traceability, same as in the food industry. So that was an eye-opener for me. And they were more advanced in already applying remote audit technologies. And we got together and we developed a remote audit protocol based on their experience, and we deployed it. And I think at the peak of that crisis, I believe we facilitated about 2,500 or 3,000 full remote audits. And not with significantly more or less non-conformities. But it's just, innovation or a crisis sometimes also forces you to think outside the box, right? And come up with innovative solutions. But I still feel we're back to almost normal again, right? I mean, the blended audits that we offer are not very much used. So we still have to push ourselves and push each other to try to think different. The other big challenge we have in the food industry is a scarcity of auditors, a scarcity of qualified people. So we need to start thinking different. If you come to the site, we need to have done our homework based on the data. Okay, this looks strange, this looks different, the outliers. Okay, let's focus, let's audit the process that leads to that output. That's a different way of working. I think we have the obligation, all of us, to crack that nut together. So I think there's lots of ideas that I gathered here that I need to take back home. But yeah, that would be my answer to your question, actually.
Yeah, and the trust element, you think that's improving with the with the remote auditing and the different technologies, or is it something we still have to work harder on?
Well, I would think the trust element is increasing. If we leverage, for instance, AI, we could basically, in the work we do in companies, you could scale the work that you do, right? And be much more focused. We could do a lot of checks on all the 40,000 companies leveraging AI, providing we have good quality data, like I said. So that is the first foundational step we have to take. And I think you could bring it to a high level of assurance. I see a lot of opportunities. And yes, we have to do a lot of homework ourselves. But I think, there's more benefits, opportunities that I think lie ahead than challenges to be overcome. We can overcome those challenges, I believe.
And I totally agree. I think the main thing is it's opportunities. Look at it for the positive and see what we can do. And I think the discussion here is around data sharing, and I think that's really good that we're actually doing that. And certification is exactly that. It's data sharing. It's saying that I have confidence, so I'm giving you confidence that the product that we're producing is the right product. Okay, Will, thanks for your stories. Great stories. I suppose. The question I was thinking about for you was that the story you said about the leafy greens and getting industry on board, and then also working with government and going from one which is like a dearth of data to one with a surplus of data. How do you navigate that? And I suppose the other one is that in both the situations, it would be. What guidance can you provide to the audience to help them consider how they might share data better? And also digital means to maintain security of the data, and especially the anonymisation of shared data. Because I think that's one of the things that governments are restricted by, a lot of the privacy situations, and certainly in industry it's commercial in confidence information. So how do we tackle those problems?
That's a good three-parter there. I think the one part that I'm going to jump on immediately in terms of what can I give to the audience today, right? What useful kind of lesson can I let you all walk away with today in terms of doing data sharing yourselves is, and unfortunately, it's this basic: make friends. Like, it is as simple as building relationships with people as your first step towards getting anywhere towards meaningful data sharing. Again, all of these different operations are built off of personal relationships first. It is very much fundamentally about trust. From trust, you can find the technology to meet your requirements. From the technology, you can define your security parameters. You can define all of your technical exchange of data. You can define your data dictionaries that allow you to translate data back and forth. It all starts as a very human problem, lamentably. Like, I couldn't go out there at the moment by myself, all gung-ho, and say, you know what, I'm going to get together all the data in the world, because nobody would give it to me. I don't have a network of everybody in every food space. So when you're starting to share data, and this is the way it's got to kind of accrete, right? When it starts with data sharing initiatives, it will start small, it will start local, it will start with people you know, and the same as any community that has ever formed in human history. And from there, these groups will start to network and to share data. So this is kind of my positive vision for the future, in that it's starting now. The first few steps have been taken by a number of different organizations. So we have growers as primary producers. We have retailers collecting all this information on the quality of that primary produce. We have regulators sharing data both between themselves, and now, again, extending into sharing data with retailers and with growers. This ecosystem is coming to life, and it's a great time to be in the data sharing space.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think that there's a lot that we can share, probably more than we have shared up to this time. And I think that it can be done within a framework that doesn't challenge those, the norms of commercial in confidence or the privacy issues that government faces, because there's certainly a lot of restrictions on governments in actually what they can share and how they share.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think that the security of platforms too, the things that the exchange of certificates is one area where that's been going on for a long time, the government-to-government exchange of information. And I think, though, that the more we can actually share outside of that about the safety of food and the accepting of responsibility for those things, I think that's great. Well, I think that I'd like to open up now to the general floor, the population. If you've actually got some questions for the panel, I think it'll be good to hear. One thing I'd say, though, as a message I think that's been reinforced here is the, and I've forgotten what the P was yesterday, so if anybody can correct me, that'd be wonderful. But I think cooperation and collaboration were two of the things that came out as one of the summaries for yesterday's talking. I think they need to apply here as well. Is that a hand I see over the back? Yes?
Thank you so much. My name is Babatunde Olariwaju from Nigeria. Great presentation, great session. I think I want to bring it practically right now, bridging the data gap. And this question goes to Aldi from FSSC. I know that in the last few years, FSSC has collected a lot of food safety data in different countries in Africa. So my question is this: can FSC share this data with African Union in the development of the Africa Food Safety Data Hub? I know it could be yes, it could be no, or maybe. How can we address the challenges where FSC can share this data, which will be one of the sources for the development of the Africa Food Safety Hub? How can we work with FSC? Thank you so much.
Is this work? Yeah. So thank you very much for your great question. And I would say, I mean, you're not the first one that asked us that question, right? So I would say yes and no. So this is all about data ownership, right? I mean, so basically how our system works is that a certification body conducts audits. They set up a contract with a customer to conduct the audit. And the confidential information, the audit report and everything, that stays between the CB and its customer. And we capture all that information, the data in our platform. What we can be sharing is more the anonymized data and the trends that we see in one particular country in Africa, in the whole continent. Anonymized data talking about, all right, in your country, Nigeria, for instance, right? You know, how many companies are certified? What parts of the supply chain, you know, are we active? Is it manufacturing? Is it packing? Is it transport? What is the trends that we see in non-conformities? So that means what are the challenges that companies are challenged with, right? And then, like I showed in my visual, then what is the best practice that we could help those companies to overcome those challenges, to become better and be prepared and more successful in the next audit, right? So that's sort of more trending insights into, you know, what's going on in a given industry or a sector or in a country or in the world. Yes, absolutely, that we can share with you, we can talk about it. And this is exactly also what we do with UNIDO in the context of capacity building. That's the power of data, I think, right? I hope that's useful.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Abdullah Jallo. I'm from the Gambia. I just wanted to ask Will about the data that we've been talking about since yesterday. Like, in my part of the world, the food industry, the biggest player there is the regulatory agencies, or are the regulatory agencies. So I want to ask, what have been your relationship in the areas where you've worked with the regulatory agencies? How have you worked with them? And if looking at the future, where do you see this going? Are we seeing a future where you will come or work with regulatory agencies where you start, okay, maybe we start think about regulating data, like food safety regulatory agencies thinking about putting in regulations or working with or private sector to put in regulations or standard to control inflow and outflow of food safety data. Where do you see this going in the future?
Okay, so maybe to start by talking about how we have a relationship with regulators. So I see myself fundamentally as a scientist. This might be of some novelty to folks. I'm not, from food safety. It was not a case of did my degree in food safety, doctorate in food safety, and then went into food safety. I'm an astrophysicist by training, and then went into high-performance computing after that. So my love of the food safety has come from getting to learn new science. And so when I'm talking with growers, retailers, regulators, I approach them as fellow scientists, right? Not just driven by, I love data and I'd love to do cool modeling. It's, I am interested in the pursuit of truth, fundamentally. So in any engagement with regulators, in any support for regulators, it's what can I find that helps you do your job better in a truth-seeking way? So that would be the relationship that kind of we have with regulators accordingly. In terms of how we would go on then to see a future of supporting, development of regulation, it would be along that axis of, what can we help you discover from information that does exist or may need to be collected? And then from that, how do we then support into the next step of further truth seeking? Thank you.
So I'm just struggling to see. Has anyone got their hand up for next question? Sorry. Yes, please. Sorry. Yes.
Hi, my name is Tülay Kahraman, and I'm representing World of Auditing, which is a Brussels-based company providing training and consultancy services to food and beverage companies. Very nice presentations, great insight. I have a question to all the panelists, indeed. It's about the people side of what we do. We're talking about data science, which is very important, but there is also an important part of science, which is behavioral science. And all these big projects require a lot of behavioral change, I believe. And that's maybe the most difficult one. Just to give you an example, as part of our job, we are having conversations with first, second, and third-party auditors. And as Alden said, some of them are very, very capable, and there is a scarcity to find good ones. And when you look at the behaviors they have, the experienced ones, although they have all the tools, they tend to take notes, handwriting, because they also believe that this helps for their thinking process when they do the audits. And additionally, they need to fill out those digital platforms to provide the data. They are the data generators, but they're not always coping with the digital tools or the digital journey that the companies are introducing. So my question is, this is just an example. I'm pretty sure, well, when you have the projects, sharing information also requires a lot of shift in the mindset, and that's a big struggle. So my question is, how much time and effort is being spent while doing these projects at the beginning to understand the current behaviors and the drivers, and also the behavioral change that we would like to have at the end of these projects, and how do we introduce the interventions to those projects? Thank you.
Who would like to take that?
Good. Thank you very much for the question. Nice that you're with us today. I was last week at a conference in Amsterdam that was really around also AI and the impact of AI on the consumer goods industry. And the year before, they just had quality food safety people discussing the topic. This year, what they did, they brought the chief digital officers and the chief information officers to the room, right? And one of the things that came up was in exactly the aspect you just discussed, is if you want to be successful, I learned last week, it's three things that you need. You need people, you need process, you need technology, right? So the people piece was discussed last week also a lot. I mean, the change management that is involved in changing the way of working in my organization, in your organization, in industry, that is typically, I think, very much underestimated. Because people work in a certain way. You were talking about the auditors that are taking notes, right? So I think that aspect needs a lot more focus, I would say. Not just in terms of, what are the opportunities that AI would bring. Some people feel threatened. They feel they're afraid that their job gets eliminated. So they will do anything to push back or not, cooperate. So it's very much a mindset and a top-down engagement, with people to try and say, no, we're going to empower you to be more productive, to be more smarter in decisions that you take. That's what I also just alluded to, relating back to the auditor population that we work with through all of our licensed CVs. So I believe it's a mindset thing, very much so. And I think that is also a significant challenge that you have to overcome and you have to deal with from the start, I believe. So I think it's an excellent point that you bring up. And actually, this meeting in Amsterdam next year, they will probably bring the chief human resources officers, the people, decision makers in those companies to the table to discuss just this very important dimension, because it's not just technology, it's process and people as well you have to be able to bring along.
Yeah, I might just add on that. Change management is absolutely almost the exact phrase that sums up what needs to be addressed when facing these issues. To speak very directly to the question of, how much time are we putting into the behavioral component up front? Often when you're trying something new, and this is part of the change management, people will put up as much of a fight as they want to in the beginning, right? It's when it hurts the most, it's when it's surprising, and people tend to react worse to the surprise than they do to the actual doing of the thing. But again, as with any change management process, it's only then once things start moving that you start seeing behaviors you weren't going to be expecting would come up as well. So there is only so much you can do, I feel, and from my experience of working on these platforms, only so much you can do to anticipate these changes. I think what I've kind of been talking about before in terms of, we have our nice problem statement, and then there's always a complication. Having some kind of sense of flexibility around the people you're going to be working with to make data sharing work. Because as I was even saying earlier, it all starts fundamentally with people. And if you're not getting that trust within your team or your organization, how are you going to share data, between different units or between different organizations? So 100% a key component of making this work.
Or ensure the quality of the data too, I think. And I'm one of those people, I think you might have seen, I was actually writing. So it's one of the ways that I learn and I actually function is actually I'm writing something down, I have much better memory of it. So I'm, I get why that is, but then I think they say there's basically 4 types of people that actually work in different ways. So there's others that do nothing, and one of the things they found too is I fidget too much. So self-discovery, things that we learn as we go along. But again, moving my body or moving my hands helps me learn. And I think that we've got to keep those things in mind when we do bring technologies in and make changes, because it's sort of important to actually have good people, because good people will bring good data. So, all right, other questions? You've got a question.
Oh, no, I have an addition. Yeah, well, I will be back to the question. So from my experience, I believe that communication would be the key factor here. So if you communicate with people to change their behavior by showing them the results, the positive results regularly, this will familiarize those people with the new technology and the benefit of its users. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have one comment. From the perspective of a data scientist, I see a lot of the responsibility also with the managers of public authorities, or I don't know, in the industry as well, I guess, to understand the importance of data, and not only the data literacy of their staff, but also to understand the processes and how to improve the processes, eliminate all those data management manual work that is existing, and free up time for their people to really work with advanced technologies, advanced statistical methods. And yeah, so I see a lot of the responsibility also in the higher management levels.
So we have 1 minute left. We can either get to lunch early, or we can have one more question. So yes, I see a question over here. Yes. We'll try and squeeze you both in. Let's go over time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So my name is Nogay, Program Coordinator of the African Alliance for E-Commerce. So my question is maybe a recommendation. Since the level of maturity is depend in terms of sharing data, how conducting a peer review mechanism in order to enable those countries not having, the same level of maturity, and having also a similar environment that where you can conduct a peer review mechanism exercise in order to help, the community. Thank you.
Does anyone want to take that?
Yeah, I'm going to happily jump on this one. So you've described a very interesting kind of challenge, and one that almost contravenes a lot of the data sharing that I've gotten the chance to work on so far. And that's namely that when organizations are sharing data, the last thing they want is someone peer reviewing it before it's anonymized and aggregated. So kind of the problem space you're like defining immediately is one of, communal data aggregation for the purposes of then, I presume, doing further analytics or understanding that data. So the mechanism for peer review there, the mechanism at the moment doesn't strike me as a big technological challenge, is kind of what I'm ultimately getting to. Being able to put people on a similar platform whereby they can check or kind of cross-validate data that has been submitted by others, not the hardest thing in the world to, again, and I'm thinking from the perspective of someone who's like building the tech side of things, very implementable. So maybe almost the content of a follow-up discussion, maybe more than coming to the rest of the panel there.
Look, I'd like to take more questions, but I think everybody needs to understand that the interpreters have actually stopped work, not because of any protest or anything, but they actually have allocated times. I think it's very hard work, and I think they need to be, respected that they need to do that. So if you want to continue in English only, we can have a couple more questions. Or, if you like, I think it's a good time to have some lunch and maybe mingle and do some of that communication and cooperation that we were talking about a little bit earlier. But the gentleman there did say I'd let you have your question. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Again, me. I liked your story number 2, Will. I just have one question. How did you decide to collect the data from the laboratories? Have you considered the issue of representativeness of the data? I'm saying because we tried to do similar thing in Serbia. Official authority collected data from laboratories. Data consisted of self-control, self-quality control of food business operators. And at the end, we realized that most of the data showed 100% of fulfillment of all regulations. So actually, food business operators, when they send samples to laboratory in order to fulfill the requirements, they, from my experience, they prepare the samples the best they can.
So to answer the kind of the how and why we went to going right to LIMS systems and going right to the labs, it actually struck us as the most kind of equitable approach to data collection. If everybody is using the same collection of laboratories to run their tests, and these labs are familiar with, microbial testing for leafy greens, they've got the data, let's go there. It's not a case of taking away any kind of control from any of the growers, because again, all this data is shared with their direct consent to do so, right? The agreement has to be in place for that data to be shared. In terms of it being representative then, I'd say that leafy greens in the US get a very kind of interesting description, given that the Salinas Valley in California is farmed quite intensively for leafy greens, and I think it's something like 50% of all lettuce in the United States comes from this one area. So in terms of making up a representative sample for what constitutes appropriate leafy green microbial testing practices and what are found there, I'd say it was a safe enough bet to say, you know what, all of these growers are going to be situated here. They're all under California, which tends to have higher kind of standards for performance on a kind of state regulation level as well. So as well as part of actually being part of an additional voluntary organization known as the LGMA, which requires that to meet kind of their own certain set standards for certification, that you are meeting these kind of compliance and testing standards from the outset. So having a few kind of backups there gave us the assurance to say, yes, these tests will be representative, and going to the labs is the best way to get this in an equitable fashion.
Is it a very quick question? Okay.
Thank you, moderator, and thanks to the panel for such energized session. My question goes to Willem. Willem, as you know, Africa has the youngest population globally, and I'm curious to know how you can actually tap into the youth in Africa to bridge this gap of data and amplify knowledge sharing on food safety outcomes in Africa. Thank you.
I think it's fair to say that I have an unconventional path into food safety, and certainly not a representative one that I would say everybody who does astrophysics should then go on to do food safety. Much the same way, in terms of how my experience would relate to the youth in Africa, there's going to be a gulf there. What I can say is that the messaging around artificial intelligence is a wonderful beacon to be able to hold up to people. You can say, look at me, I'm going into the dark, the unknown, with artificial intelligence, and people will tag along because it sounds really cool and fun. And along the way, you actually get to illuminate a path of, we're working on data engineering, all these practices that go into forming a set of analytical skills that I'm absolutely certain any kind of youth would be interested in getting. Because again, data is fundamentally going to be the lifeblood of the 21st century. These are skills that people are going to want to have. And if working in the food industry is the way to upskill in data science that's kind of untapped at the moment, that's going to get people excited. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panel. I think the panel's done a great job, so if we can all show a round of applause, I think it'd be fantastic. The journey doesn't stop here, though, I think is the key. There's so much that I actually want to now have a conversation with each of these people, and if I can see them presenting somewhere else for over an hour, I think I'm going to go and listen, because I think there's a lot to learn out there. So make sure that you grab them and talk to them outside. I think that the good thing I've found so far with this forum is that there seems to be almost a progression going on as how we're developing. In the next session in particular interests me. It's one on government to business communication and data sharing, and I think it's an extension of the work that we started here. And certainly I think I might have quite a few questions now. I've actually listened to you guys talk, because I think it's been a great lesson for me. So thank you very much. And I'll call it quits, and let's go have some lunch, okay? And don't forget the solution sessions coming up at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Glenn. And our fantastic lineup of experts. A big round of applause again for sharing so much knowledge on fostering data sharing and on being bold in addressing challenges and offering a practical way forward. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was very good. Thank you. Perfect. No, not at all. Not at all. Oh, it's great. Okay. Sorry. So as Glenn mentioned, we're back here at 1 p.m. for solution talks. We really, really encourage you to join. Those chats are always very energizing as well. And the topic is presentations on technical solutions in the agri-food sector. We've had plenty of food for thought. Let's get some actual food now. I just want to mention as well, please meet with Naveen and Anna to pick up your daily allowance as well. See you back here. Ladies and gentlemen, we encourage you to join our solution talks now, which is about to start. Messieurs, dames, je sais qu'il est l'heure du déjeuner, mais nous vous encourageons à assister avec nous aux Solution Talks qui vont bientôt commencer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back for our Solution Talks, which promises to be very dynamic as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for these Solution Talks. And it's my absolute pleasure now to call our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Chris Mejia Argueta, founder and director of the Emerging Market Economies Logistics Lab at the MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics that's in Boston, USA. Let's welcome him. The floor is all yours, Chris.
Well, I'm audible? Yes, right? Can you hear me? Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. So please, dear panelists, take a seat. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. And let me start with a very interesting, I would say, approach or motto that I would typically use in these cases. And is, you can fit the future using yesterday tools. And the reason is because we cannot, just rely on what we have done in the past in order to build the future agri-food systems that we want for the future of the world. We need to make a difference what we are doing. And today we want actually to discuss around that. And for that, well, with that opening statement or remark, I would like to welcome you all to this specific session about solution talks. And for that, I'm going to be joined by very interesting people here. We have a very interesting panel. And for that, I would like to briefly introduce each of them for the sake of time. So first of all, we have Sam Welsh from the United Kingdom. She actually holds 31 years of experience in consulting. She's a subject matter expert in government and public services as partner for Deloitte. So let's welcome her. So Bulcsú Godry from Hungary. He accumulates 18 years of experience in business development and Industry 4.0. He's a technology transformation expert at the University of Szeged in Hungary. And he's also the head of business development there. Okay. Daniel Laxu from Hungary accumulates 8 to 10 years of experience in quality assurance, compliance, and excellence in operations and production. He's the chief executive officer at OPEX Solutions KFT. So welcome as well. And last but not least, we have Robin van Santen, 16 years of experience in process management, business development, sales, and many other different positions that he has occupied. He's the head of sales at Intact. And well, guys, so with this quick introduction, I also would like to introduce myself. As you already listened, my name is Christopher Mejia, and I'm a research scientist at the MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics, and I'm honored to serve as the moderator of this panel, and I'm in charge of making the difficult questions here and canalize also like the questions that you might have regarding the topic. So in the interest of time, I would like to pass the word to the first speaker to discuss about their solutions. And with that in mind, I will pass the word to Sam. Sam, please take it over.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for having me today. I'm Sam Walsh, and I lead Deloitte's work with regulators in the UK, and I'm here today to talk to you about our Reg Explorer toolset. Chris, do we have the slides? Oh, we do. Excellent. First, let me explain the tool that the challenge that our tool seeks to address. Any new business needs to understand the regulations within the countries and the states that it wants to operate in. But that isn't always easy. Regulations are written in legal language, different countries have different requirements, and regulations within the same country can be confusing, and especially when they cross multiple agencies. So there's a lot for any business to understand, but particularly entrepreneurs, small businesses have to tackle all of this without the help of a large army of lawyers. So regulators really need to help businesses to understand and comply with regulations and to simplify those regulations to make them competitive internationally. So our Reg Explorer tool, if we can, how do I?
Oh, I didn't
a clicker, excellent.
Here we go.
Oops, no, back. There we go. So this is our Reg Explorer tool, and as it says there, it's an AI-enabled legislation and regulatory application that has regulations from lots of different jurisdictions within it. But let me tell you a bit about the evolution of Reg Explorer. So we started in 2018 using AI, but more traditional AI, such as natural language processing, to find inconsistent, outdated or gold-plated regulations. So, for example, searching for examples of triplicate or signature. Soon after that, in 2020, the University of Amsterdam developed a standard way of describing regulations called FLINT. And the definition of FLINT is at the bottom of the slide there, the formal language for the interpretation of normative sources. Essentially, it's a way of describing regulations through the actors, facts, and duties. And it allows you to think about regulations from a user's perspective. It allows you to present highly variable regulations in a consistent way. And so it's more easily understood by those from a non-legal background. The effectiveness of FLINT was proven in a project with the Dutch government to convert hundreds of pages of regulations to this FLINT framework. It took them 2 days per page of regulation to do this. Very recently, we have been using generative AI tools to apply that FLINT method. And we are doing that at the rate of 14 seconds per page. So it shows you how much generative AI can accelerate what was quite a manual exercise. So let me share just a couple of examples. This is an example using the original Reg Explorer tool to look for inconsistencies in regulation. You can't see the words particularly well, it's all quite small, but you'll see there are 2 separate ice cream definitions in green on the left and right from 2 different US authorities, also highlighted in green on the left and right. And this is the kind of thing that small businesses then have to look at and to understand. And then if we look at this is an example of regulations where the FLINT framework's been used. You can see at the top we've put a prompt. You can see it in the green on the left-hand panel, a prompt that says, show me the phytosanitary regulations in the EU. And the tool will bring back all of those regulations in the EU. You can only see 2 on the left-hand side, but there are a lot more there. And then what it's done is it's extracted the actors, the facts, and the duties. And you can see on the right-hand panel the different actors shown in the green box and the facts and duties coming below it. The intention is that you could then export this information. We can currently export it as code, and we're talking to the UK tax authorities about the potential to export this and to use it in things like tax accounting software. You could use this in, for example, exportation software. But also making these regulations, now they have been applied into that FLINT framework, you could put chatbots over the top of it. You can create process maps to really help people understand by looking at the regulations how they navigate them, and without needing to have an army of lawyers to help you. So that's Reg Explorer, allowing you to understand regulations from new perspectives.
Thank you very much, Sam. I think that what you present through Reg Explorer is very interesting, because it's actually filling a gap that is so much necessary at the moment. There are so many regulations and everything keeps evolving so rapidly that sometimes it's difficult to keep the pace on how this is going to be able to be addressed, especially by the smaller firms, right? So definitely this is something that we would like to address the most, and actually how to connect it to the rest of the value chain. So again, in the interest of time, we will come back to questions about this in a moment. So now I will pass the word to Bulshu. Bulshu, welcome, and please take the mic, and the audience is all yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me tell you that speaking in this room was on my bucket list. So please be patient with me if I'm too excited about this opportunity and about the opportunity to represent the University of Szeged and the tech transfer company of the second largest university in Hungary. So what did I bring to this panel? We made multidimensional sensoring and video analytic and also heat analytic and acoustic analytic full sensory set of precision livestock management, and we gather data from a really wide range. And we analyze this data in a multidimensional level, so not only the business as usual management system prediction analytics, but also the molecular level and also the animal welfare level with the background of interdisciplinary knowledge of our university. So we try to create a really robust and really nuanced system of triggering this huge data set and to provide much more complex insights from this data. So this is one of the ways this is a new approach. So we really show these aspects in the way of how, animal welfare and health and low energy, high energy efficiency solutions, like in a different boxes, but according to our understanding and experience, these systems really intertwined. So if you want to, if you grow the animal welfare and you provide very good insights in this way, you will also increase the productivity as well. And I can tell, and it was a good experience, the farmers are really open to care about animal welfare and low waste production. They truly care about their animals and their well-being, and truly care about our future and our planet's future. And the other last way, how this solution is unique, that we use a chat-based system to communicate these insights. So they can ask questions, and we have right at the time actionable answers, because you don't need another dashboard. This is an info hazard. You need straight away direct answers to your direct questions. So this is what we bring, and I'm really open to have discussions about this with everybody, with the regulatory aspects and all the others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bulchu. So actually what you mentioned is I'm super interested in probably learning more through the questions on how you address something very big that is called animal suffering, right, in the animal welfare. So I'm, like putting this on advance on your brain so that you can think about a potential answer to the question. And also to deep dive a little bit more on what you are using as deep learning and AI in your tools, because at the end, what you are doing through farmers' eyes can be very useful, like to help a smallholder, like livestock farming, particularly with this high precision livestock that you are developing as a tool. So that very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. So, well, now let's switch a little bit gears here and to speak about quality food safety. So, Daniel, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Feels good to be standing on this stage. So let me introduce myself quickly, and I will show you a video as well about our quality management software, what we have developed during these recent years. So I'm a food engineer coming from Hungary. I've worked in several fields of manufacturing plants, from production to quality control and assurance, and eventually corporate management. So I know what it feels like to be in the plant and work in the lines during early mornings, especially. So Now I specialize in quality management. I work as a third-party auditor. I work with international certification bodies, and I also work with retailers, wholesalers, to go to plants and check, for example, the IFS standards or the compliance. And we also work as a consultant, on the other hand, and one of our clients have gave us a question. Okay, we have a whole bunch of papers. Why don't we find a software to digitalize the complete quality management system, especially in the production plant? And we wanted to find the best solution, and we couldn't find the right way, which represents the easy to operate, the audit level precision, and the leadership approach. So we created our own software in 2023, and I will show you the details in the video as well. Our goal is to help production plants to make quality management simpler, easier, so-called likable by the operators, because it's a pressure to comply with all these regulations as they are mentioned earlier. So please welcome the video, and I'm open to any questions.
QX is a software specifically tailored to the needs of food industry manufacturers. Since 2023, Göteborg's Food Budapest plant has been supported in its daily operations by QX's digitally controlled quality management system, a platform where innovation and quality are intertwined at every level. QX is fully compliant with the requirements of the IFS food standard. The QX's user interface, clean and intuitive. Operators learn it quickly and are happy to use it in their everyday work. Measurements on the production line, quick and simple, recorded directly into the system via tablet. Green value. Production continues. If something deviates from the usual, QX immediately signals it with photos, comments, and instant alerts, all on a single transparent interface. The system instantly notifies the responsible manager with a detailed email, deadlines, and follow-up. Transparent, targeted, and fully traceable. Managers gain real-time insight. Trends, statistics, complete traceability are just a few clicks away. All checklists are editable in-house by authorized users. Created with audit-level precision, with fast developer support, daily assistance, and full version tracking. QX, where data becomes action and action becomes quality.
Thank you once again, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Well, very, very nice video and very interesting and supplementary pitch. So, yeah, it's something that I have found through my research is that the most difficult thing to do is to put everything together such that is user-friendly and especially useful for the audits, and for the regulators. So I'm very interested in knowing a little bit more about like how you are ensuring that, and probably the rest of the audience here is asking the same as well, right? So how do you do that? How you make sure that the usage and the adoption rate of what you have developed is going to be properly used and tailored to the needs of different markets, for instance, right? So hang in there. We will come back to you in a moment, okay? Well, last but not least, we have a global solution that audits and pushes, like the boundaries in terms of certification management. So now let's go to Robin. Robin, please walk us through what you are doing in Intact.
Yes, I will definitely do so. So good afternoon to everybody. Good morning to some. Good evening to others. So yeah, my name is Robin. As already announced, I am working for an Austrian-based company, actually, just underneath the smoke of Graz, which is the largest city of Austria, for whoever is counting. And we actually provide software for certification bodies, for accreditation bodies, and for standard setters. And from a standard setter perspective, I also always put the regulatory body in there as well, because of course you also have the legislation to follow through with. So me working in sales is actually very interesting because I tend to talk to a lot of people. I tend to talk to a lot of organizations, And the number one question that I always ask in the beginning of any sales-related call is, hey, what are your issues? Why are we talking? What is your need, and how are we going to solve that in a later stage? What I did over the last 2-3 weeks in preparation to this, I written them all down, put them in a bucket, and I took 3 of those aspects out. And all have to do with not only food safety, also in organic certification or even management certification. But the first one that I want to address is the food safety landscape is changing. It is becoming more and more and more complex. That is from a digital perspective, but it's also from a regulatory perspective, from a standard perspective, because we see more and more and more that different standards are also combined, right? Secondly is resource constraints. We have a limited pool of people that have the expertise that actually can conduct the audits, but not only conduct the audits, but of course also follow up on any review and make sense of, well, what is actually happening between when an audit is planned and when the certificate is being issued. We have a resource constraint when it comes to what happens after the audit, all the way up to the moment of that audit actually being conducted again. And we see that we have a data overload. And this is actually very funny, because I was last week in Berlin, I was also mentioning this, and there were a lot of people sitting in that room, and they said, yes, we have a data overload. Look at all the PDFs that we have. Okay, PDFs is not data. So that is not what I mean with this. What I mean with this is actual potentially usable data that is sitting tucked away somewhere in the database, but it's tucked away, right? We cannot use it at this moment. Now, those are the 3 points that I've taken out of my bucket and wanted to address here a little bit today. Why? Well, I don't want to say that we can solve it, but we can facilitate, we can help, we can be a guiding hand in that. So as already mentioned, Intact, we're a software solution for the audit and certification industry, work closely together with many certification bodies, with many standard setters, not only working closely together, but also really sometimes having a friendly pat on the shoulder and just knowing that somebody stands next to you. Just to name a few, so Aldin was on the session before. BOCGS, IFS, Global Cap, we work very nicely and very welcoming together with. Our mission is to lead that innovation, to lead the digitalization, and of course the data utilization throughout audit and certification. Now, what we do, we provide a software solution. It's an out-of-the-box software solution, really helping certification body standard setters and regulatory bodies with that massive amount of data, making it presentable, making it usable. We also support them in their operational business with a flexible, with a modular system. Everybody got different needs, and how nice is the world if you can pick and choose like a Lego set and you take the different building blocks to actually support, of course, your business. And we're gathering data. We don't have a data overload, but because we have actually usable data that based on AI tools that are also more and more coming part of the solution, more and more part of the platform, really actually make you able to have AI-driven decision making within the system. So very much looking forward to any of your questions, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Robin. So it looks like Intact platform can be, like really useful to connect different stakeholders across the supply chain or the value chain, as it's also called, and provides a little bit more visibility in many different ways, in a modular way, et cetera, et cetera. So you mentioned like they're an important component that needs to be built, but takes a lot of time. Trust, right? So I would like to tap on that later on as a potential question to you, right? And well, we know that we only have 60 minutes and we need to make the most out of it, so we need to squeeze the time. So now it's time for general questions, okay? So let me start with a few general questions for you guys. And the first question, I will probably take a couple of your opinions on this, is like, in your opinion, what are like the main barriers for these solutions that you are working on to move on, to be able to scale, to be functional? What are these type of barriers that you are facing at the moment? So, Daniel, would you like to take that one?
Sure. I'll get a mic first.
Is it on? So the main barriers I see is buried in corporate structures, the culture. I mean, you know, many companies are still stick to papers, spreadsheets, and Excel tables, and they kind of afraid to change it. And I think we have to find the right way to change the mindset about it. We have to overtake the UX and UI side of a good software to give the operators a likable and a usable software.
Thank you very much, Robin. Somebody else would like to take that one? Thank you, Daniel. Robin?
Yeah, so if you implement a software, some people are not going to like that, right? And we had it before, I think in the session before lunch, it is always a combination between the process, the technology, and actually the person. So from that perspective, you know, the change management, you need to take it into account as well. And that often is more of a risk, more of a difficulty, more of a hurdle to overcome by than what is actually often perceived. And perceived is often the cost of it, the complexity of it. If you break it down, well, the cost largely outweigh the benefit, or the benefit largely outweigh the cost. You know what I want to say there. And in terms of complexity, it is often not that complex. So then in terms of hurdles.
Thanks for sharing. So actually this connects a couple of points. So on the one hand, what Daniel mentioned is like pretty much what happens not only in small companies, but also in big ones, right? So we keep using very, let's say, spreadsheet-oriented tools that can be able like to provide compatibility across different systems. But sometimes it's not necessarily like the way that we store the data, is the way that we are using it. And then it comes when you start using that data to make real decisions or transform them into decision-making processes, that you face change management issues, right? Because the more that you start complexifying this, is like the more challenges that you will face with those people that will tend to feel like, okay, I'm going to lose my job. But I think that training can be part of the solution. Bulshu, do you want to mention something there?
Yeah, just getting back to the last question and maybe create some bridge between the two topics. So one of the biggest barriers in complex systems is vendor-based data silos, vendor-based siloing of data. So it's not something new. Everybody knows that. This kind of a business strategy, if you have a solution and if you gather the data for a specific solution and you claim the ownership of this data, then you have a solution for a lifetime. Now comes the problem, because integration is the next big issue in food safety and in all these areas. We need to use this data to give complex answers. And if you don't have this kind of change of heart, change of philosophy in opening up this data silos, and I don't think that they need to give us all the data free. I don't say that. But we need to incorporate more and more models where more and more complex solution can work, and we really need to challenge that, yeah.
No, definitely the component of who is going to, like own the data or provide access to all of this data is something massive, right? Is the data governance component. So let me actually connect exactly what you said to the role that maybe private sector or public sector can play on this. So for that, Sam, I'm interested in knowing more about your opinion about how the public sector can play a role in providing access or in actually, like designing how we access these agri-food connected tools.
Yeah, I think my perspective is that government organisations need to have a dialogue with those innovators
from the start and not wait for the application for the novel food, whatever it might be, to appear on the regulator's desk, that they need to engage with innovators to understand what is coming, because I think that helps twofold. It helps the regulator to be prepared for when it comes and to understand how it would approve or understand that innovation. But it would also help the innovator to know what the regulator wants to receive from it in order to understand. I also feel there is a huge role for global cooperation in this area. Most new foods that come to the market, people want to launch in multiple countries, and I think we can enable that by joining up more globally from a regulation perspective.
Thank you very much, Sam. And still connected to this perspective of avoiding silos or building silos with the solutions, I don't know, Robin or Daniel, if you would like to tell us maybe what you are doing in order to avoid that, to avoid building silos in the information side.
Tricky question, because the way that the Intec platform is set up is that every Intec customer has their own data silo, right? It just happens to be called the same. It's the Intec platform. So between standards, between certification bodies, very tricky. And it is often not up to us as a company to, of course, make a decision in that. It is very much up to, well, the actual parameters of that particular body. But what we do and try to do and enable to do, and that is also the potential of digitalization, right? We have a project ongoing, and that is with the IAQG, so that's the International Quality Group of Aerospace. Basically, everything that flies without wings, natural wings, needs to be certified against that particular standard. And I think 40,000 audits are being conducted on an annual basis, huge amounts of data, and they actually make that data now visible towards their clients. But not only, hey, you had a non-conformity here, and these are the corrective actions, and these are the points that you need to do in order to emphasize it, but also, hey, this is how you rank between similar organizations that do the same thing, right? So you're combining quality in a very big way as a competitive, potentially as a competitive advantage in there. And the person that is being the best, well, he wants to stay the best. The person that is ranking number second or ranking number third wants to, of course, be the number first, right? So then quality management, of course, becomes a strategic advantage that you can play, all based on the audit and certification data that is being utilized. In this case, only of one standard. Imagine if we take 2 standards. Imagine if we take 5 standards or 10 standards. Imagine if we take all the standards of the food safety industry, right? Then it becomes interesting.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Let me contribute on this quickly. In general terms, with regards to this typical component, you need to find neutral points to share the data, typically through consortiums or consortia, in order to build the opportunities to connect the data so that you're not going to be losing competitive advantage, or you're going to be able to incentivize and benchmark correctly like the different, like good behaviors, right? And be able to show them like in different ways. And that's where actually academia may play an important role, in my humble opinion, right? Just to bring that point. So I would like to switch gears here a little bit. In terms of sustainability, we haven't discussed too much about sustainability, right? And sustainability is big nowadays because of the climate change actions. And I was wondering, like, from your perspective, guys, maybe Bulshu, maybe you can give us a little bit more information about how your solution is addressing these potential changes that are happening in the sustainable component.
Thank you so much. So the easiest answer to that is energy efficiency, because these integrated systems gave very insightful data of the energy waste for the subsystems, and it helps to regulate the functionality of the subsystems, which is a huge deal, because the more and more complex a building you have, and the more and more systems you have in a big building, or any kind of building, there will be problems of interference of operation between the subsystems. So if you create an integrated platform, you can rearrange them and harmonize them to move them the most effective way. And also with tools of deep learning, you can identify patterns which can lead to a more optimized way of working. So this is the easy answer. So the industry benchmark is usually 15 to 30% energy cut in harmonizing these systems. In this case, a dairy farm usually really highly engineered and with newer systems, so it's maybe in the ballpark of the 15%. Yeah, so this is the easy way. The another part is the waste management, and in this project we don't have the focus enough, but it has the capability, so we want to do that. We want to focus on that more. Because of the structure of this kind of innovation, it wasn't in the focus. But these kind of systems can focus on anything. And as you asked before, animal welfare. We can only focus on animal welfare if you want. And just one more thing. So we can give you insights about an animal behavior or infrastructure, how it's working, what's the pattern it's working. And we can give you insights on what kind of other modes of working there is. And we can give you action to these different modes. This is not the future. Because if we have problems, if we have unsolicited, unobserved biases in working with animals, because we have practices for hundreds and thousands of years, and they are not based on data, they are based on practices, not observed enough, then we reinvent, refeed these biases into these systems. So this is the next step. We need to check every time that is this kind of practices we've been using based on data and based on the observable being of the animals and the productivity hold a value, or maybe we need to revolutionize them or focus on more other things. So it's not the great way that, okay, this is how you optimize an operation. No. Be open. Look at every factor and then make changes on what you want to achieve. Yeah, I'm sorry for the long answer.
I don't know if somebody else would like to contribute to what Bolshu said. Otherwise, we can switch gears. Let's switch gears, okay? So, yeah, I got the mic. Don't worry. So now I would like to, go quickly through each of the different solutions that you explained. So, Sam, I would like to start with you. And there is a question that started jumping in and drilling in my head, is how Deloitte is actually handling the potential ethical and legal implications of relying on AI tools, right? Because of the confidentiality of the data, all of these issues that in this particular case, regulations are multi-country and multi-jurisdictional. So how you are addressing that component?
Yeah, and I think a number of the speakers are using generative AI in their solutions, and I think it's something that everybody is very mindful about, is making sure that we are considering those ethical considerations, and also making sure that what these things are doing is correct, right? Because we've seen research recently that a number of chatbots are 30% wrong, 30% hallucinating. So we do need to make sure, particularly when the sources of information are coming from government, that they are reliable. Deloitte has a trustworthy AI framework, which actually aligns really well with some of the EU and UK AI legislation to help organisations think about that. Our tool particularly, I explained the way that the Flint framework is applied to the regulations. There is then a verify feature, and the tool will tell you how much it has amended the regulation compared to as it was drafted, like a percentage score. And then you can choose to verify some or all of the interpretations that it's made of the regulations. The reason that is valuable is that it means once you have verified those, the creation of the Flint version of the regulations, it can then be used multiple times by many parties across government, with third-party solution providers. So it becomes a really trusted source, but you have to invest in that trusted source upfront.
No, I like that, and continue building on real information and evidence that is going to be, like democratized in terms of access, right? No, great points. So let me ask you another question. This one is a little bit different because I think that you are underrepresenting your gender in this panel, right? Because at the end, I think that we should have more women here in the panel. So I was actually connecting this thought to how do you think that we can start developing not only solutions, but I would say strategies to start having more women in panels like this, in institutions like this, in order to make, like changes in the agri-food systems as well? What would it be your anecdote or like your thoughts or strategy around that?
It's very interesting. You did warn me you were going to ask me this question, so I had a chance to think about it. I think what's interesting for me is many panels that I sit on, there is a very deliberate thought process about the diversity of the panel. We have a very wide range of diversity on this panel in other ways. Yep. We all come from different countries. We all have different solutions. So I think we need to avoid seeing diversity through a single lens of gender, but it is one of the things that people notice, and I think there's something about being very mindful about the way that panels are put together. Obviously, this panel is about technology solutions, and we know that that women are underrepresented in technology, and I think there is an awful lot that our respective organisations can do in the technology industry to encourage women to join, to find, but not just women, people from diverse backgrounds, to think about how we recruit, to think about different ways of encouraging people into our profession.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sam. I'm sorry for putting you in the hot spot, right? But I think that it's important to continue diversifying this perspective and enrich it, because at the end, we can look at the same data set, the same problem from different angles. Right? And I recovered that from what you said. So now let's go to you, Bulshu. So you mentioned that in Farmer's Eye, that's the name of your solution, you are using AI and particularly deep learning. Could you please elaborate a little bit more on what type of methods you are using there?
Yeah, so in analyzing the data, we're doing nothing so special there. We using deep learning analytics, so try to establish trends from the data, trend set, and create profiles from them, create some kind of insightful profiles from them, and it try to make a connection with a behavior or a state from this profile, and make it a breed specific. There is a breed specific background on that, and we make this kind of correlation analysis. We also, this will be a part when I'm really out of my deep, use biochemistry and molecular science to analyze the nutrition value of the feed, and try to find some ways to make it more healthy. You can have a lot of insights from the posture of the animals, the shape of their body, and way they behave socially. Because cattle and all animals are really social, so you can have a lot of information about how they socialize. So basically this is the method, and the other method, the chat method, is is a special method used by our university, which is not based on generative, so creating more, but to analyze the data, make tokens from that, and try to translate the token to the most relevant information they have in the system. So not to create new information, just to try to understand and make new connections from the information. Yeah, so that's all.
Thank you, Bulshu. So one of the things that you just mentioned a moment ago, Bulshu, is when we spoke about sustainability initiatives, waste management. And we also spoke about animal welfare. So how's your solution planning to tackle into those particular components? Could you please explain a little bit further your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so either topics could have an hour. Animal welfare. So you can assign early signs of loneliness, lameness, so behavioral problems, health issues. Also, and one more thing. You have to analyze in an individual animal level and a herd level, because you want to make these kind of baselines because you can gather a lot of information about the specific animal, because they have a lot of specificity, and you want to respond to that also, not just general information. So I think this is the best way to understand how can it bring more animal welfare. And waste management is nutrition waste, plastic and other material waste, and energy waste. These are the three main components. But in a Hungarian farm, the most important issue nowadays is energy cost. If you cannot help them in this way, they will be not interested in, okay, you saved us, I don't know, 2 wooden planks. Oh, very good. They really care about energy consumption and energy optimization. But if you can do that, then they will go with you, and they want to help and understand how they can become less wasteful. If that answers the question.
No, yeah, absolutely. There are many opportunities to develop probably circular economy approaches into that, in order to be able to not only monitor what is happening, but also to build something more data-driven and model-driven to make a change in the community through value chains, where a byproduct in a particular industry can become the raw material from another one, right? So yeah, that's where I see the opportunity. So let's go to you, Daniel. So I have an interesting question for you, and is how can we move on from reactive perspective and inspection-based food safety models to more proactive ones? We are typically, trying to solve problems, and when the problems happen is when we want to solve something. So how we can move on from reactive to proactive approaches?
Yeah, great question. First of all, I think only making the papers and spreadsheets digital is not enough. So you have to, at least we in the software, we process-oriented the whole system. So it implements the way of production flow. So in this way, you can predict some production happenings in the future as well. Also, I believe in real-time data. So if you have real-time data, you can, and if you have trends and trend analysis, you can predict some of the stuff that are going to happen. And also you have to find a root case, and you have to think further. As an auditor, of course, we always find a root cause. But yeah, you have to think and analyze all that happening. But you can react very quickly, and in a short term, you will be learning how to be more predictive.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So the time is, like passing by really quickly. So let me actually ask a question to Robin. So I talked to you about a question regarding trust, right? So given that trust is a complex capability to be developed, I was wondering how Intact is doing that in particular communities, how you are developing this capability among your stakeholders, your partners, in such a way that you can develop or power up your traceability, visibility, etc. How you are doing it, guys? What is the formula? Maybe do not say too much about the competitive advantage, but whatever you can.
I won't give you the source code or anything like that, but it's trust, right? Basically the reason why we're all sitting there. Basically the reason why legislation is in place, why regulation is in place, and why standards are in place. And standards, legislation, regulation, certification body, the certification bodies are checking that once in a while if everything is still up to code, up to standards, up to the regulatory framework. How can we use that data? I think that is where we come from. Or that is the angle that we are trying to explore now more and more and more. So not from a perspective of doing more audits on a site, on a farm, on a producer, but doing them a little bit smarter, right? Because you have already been there in the last year, the year before. You might as well be enabled as a user of the Intact platform, working for a certification body, for example, to utilize that historical data. Not by saying, okay, here's the audit report of last year, and these are the findings, and by the way, it took 23 days in order to have the corrective actions followed up. No, but by really utilizing that data so that a system can make suggestions. Can make a suggestion, okay, good, based on historical data that we have in place, based on other data that we found at other farms in a geographical same area, we find that the most risk lies within these and these and these particular areas. Easy. No magic, happening right now. Now, from a review perspective, right, the other big bulk audit is being conducted, audit reports get uploaded to a standard setter, to a certification body. I think FSSC, you've got 40,000 audits conducted on a yearly basis. Global Cap has 250,000. These are huge numbers. And there's nobody sitting behind the desk and going through 250,000 audits conducted on a year just to review them all. Especially, right? Doesn't make sense. But if you have a system that is not only going to pinpoint, hey, which items within the checklist in the audit report might be valuable for you to look at, but a system before that helping you to say, hey, well, how am I going to distribute this among my staff members? I'm going to give the audit with the most risk to my most seasoned and most skilled reviewer. Absolutely, that makes sense. And one where you have a low risk identification, you might want to give it to a trainee or somebody with less experience, right? So that is from a data perspective, from a platform perspective, how we like to contribute.
Thank you very much, Robin. So this is great. So we're in the last minutes of our conversation. So I would like to pass the word to you, the audience. So do you have any questions, guys? We have probably time for a couple of questions. Yes, please.
Hello, hi, Marcello Carmignani, also for Deloitte. No, question, I think it's both for Robin and Bulksu. And how do your solutions possibly ease the work of inspectors in terms of increasing the productivity? Animal welfare, clearly possibly a predictor of food safety risk. If only this data could be shared somehow with the regulators, does that increase decrease their workload? Conversely, your solutions, how does this all data can be shared with regulators or alike to allow them to better prioritize their work?
Okay. Oh my God, this is so difficult you ask. It's so great question because the technology is easy. So if I see an animal risk or maybe cruel behavior toward this animal, I can certainly triggered that, and I've sent it to an authority. It's technological, it's very easy. But I don't know, because it's about trust, as you mentioned before. And if, I don't know, it's a hard question, because if they see these kind of systems as another big brother in their own production line and their own farm, I think we will lose a lot. If we can bring generalized data, so more general data, more trends, that these are the typical problems of, let's say, a Hungarian farmer, a Hungarian dairy farmer, usually. And maybe you check out or educate these kinds of, maybe this can be a helpful way, and it can create a culture of more transparency, and in the long run, lighter workload for the investigators, yeah.
And I think in line with that is enabling communication. An audit is a snapshot, right? It is that one perfect day a year that the auditor is looking at. But if you enable communication, and if you enable a self-assessment, a self-reporting upfront of, for example, of the audit, having particular, just normal questions that otherwise take up a lot of the auditing time already taken upfront, well, then you're well prepared. And for me, it is not always up to productivity of an auditor, but more about effectiveness. I think the goal should not be to reduce an audit from 8 hours to 6 hours or for 4 hours, but utilizing those 8 hours in a better, more effective way. And I think data is a key, but also simple communication and the frequency of that.
I do not want to steal time. Just the converse could be true, that on a voluntary basis, I'll say, so on a you could also, because you mentioned trust, Bulksu, you could also say, I'm an operator in the industry and I voluntarily share my data because it shows that obviously I'm, having the adequate treatment. Then you're sort of raising the bar for everyone else to comply.
Just quickly, yeah. That's a great way, but I want the systems to be much more inclusive. Yeah, that's a great way, but I don't want to beat a virtue contest. I want to do a very inclusive way, and everybody can work in their pace, and we can elevate. But these kinds of lighthouse guys and companies would be really great to have. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Bulchu. Yes. Man there, or the person there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Avenzo Jackson from Liberia. So my question goes to the speaker from QEX. I would like to know, what is the management reach on a global scale, and how secure is your data protection policy and management? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. You can choose where you want to put your data. Local storage or cloud technology, defines different security levels. For example, in the EU, we always consider the GDPR as well, and of course there are authorized users. So not all the data is accessible. For example, for the operators. Everybody sees what's necessary for their daily job, and of course, everything is time stamped. So the productivity, the checks, everything is logged, and you can follow all the actions. There are certain limits which data you can be modified, which are not able to modify. So, for example, for a few minutes, of course, there is an opportunity to switch something because, okay, it was not like a 5.1, it was 5.2 Celsius. But you are not able to change it like tomorrow. Or if you do so, it's logged and everything is under control. So make it transparent, make it traceable. And what was the first question?
The first question was, what is your management reach in terms of a global scale?
Yeah, I think our software is a very good slice of cake in the ERP systems, because many companies already have SAP or Microsoft BC or something like this, but the quality management side is missing. There are reasons for this, but our software can be this missing slice, and we believe in integration. So we integrate all the data, which helps the management to have KPIs, to have better decision making trends. Of course, we also what data are already exist in the ERP system. For example, batch numbers. The operators will not have to duplicate these tasks. So this also combined on a management level side as well.
Unfortunately, we are over time, so but before we say bye, because it has been a wonderful panel, so thank you very much to the panelists and the speakers. So I would like to give you a quick summary of things. I know that we are 2 minutes over time, but I will be quick. So I would say that the big summary of what we have been discussing here is innovation grows where policy plants the seeds. So we need to actually connect policy making to innovation through the triple helix, or the 5 helixes. So connecting academia, private sector, public sector, entrepreneurs, and of course society. Without that, we're going to be creating something that doesn't make sense in the reality. Second, I think that data and visualization are great to have, but we need to start making decisions with them. Not in silos, but actually make sure to connect everything together. In terms of, developing trust. Yesterday we speak about coordination and collaboration. I think that trust is an interesting component there that we need to develop in order to kind of learn from each of the continents. Each of the continents has very interesting characteristics. So let's embrace that and actually start connecting with each other. And the last thing that I would like to say is in terms of, we need to start from improving each of the individual stakeholders, but we do not need to forget about the system. The complete system is very complex, and we need to actually embrace that and also make a difference with that. With that in mind, so again, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to the panelists. It has been a very interesting discussion. And if you want to engage with any of us, just make sure to do it during the break times, okay? Thank you very much, everyone.
Fantastic talk indeed. Thank you very much, Chris, and our wonderful experts. Another round of applause, I think, for another very powerful solution talks. Thank you very much for the recap as well. Thank you so much. Well, welcome back to all of you joining us now. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch break, and translation is now back on. So we've been talking a lot about data sharing, but how can we share this data between industry and food safety regulators? Well, this is exactly what we're going to discuss with our next discussion, and it's my pleasure to call our next expert, brilliant moderator as well, Mrs. Marlene Hopper, acting head at the Standards and Trade Development Facility, to the stage. Marilyn, the floor is yours.
So thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be with you this afternoon and to be moderating this session. This is our G2B, Government to Business session at the Vienna Food Safety Forum. And over the last day and a half, I think one key theme has been coming out of the discussions for me, and it's the importance of collaboration, public-private sector collaboration, and not just any collaboration, but collaboration that's smart, collaboration that's strategic, and collaboration that is centered on data. So that's what we're going to be getting into in this session this afternoon. And before we get started, you know, we've had lunch, you've been listening. So I want to ask you to please stand up stand up to see, if you have been involved in any kind of initiative that is sharing data across public sector and private sector, please stand up. I'd like to see who in the room has been, walking the talk of this data collaboration and exchange. So wonderful. So, a lot of people are standing up, and that's great, because I will also be having an eye on you to come in to the discussions afterwards. So great. So thank you. And of course, our two speakers on the podium as well. Because we know, that the G2B collaboration, it isn't new. It isn't necessarily new. It's been happening in many cases in some jurisdictions for quite a long time. And we know it's not easy. It's far from easy sometimes, and we heard that come up this morning with the issue of behavior change and how do we get along that journey so that we're all talking the same language to be able to engage in the data exchange. And sometimes, the government and the industry, they're coming to the table with different objectives, different mandates, different pressures, different concerns, and sometimes very different languages, even when it's the same language, even when it's English, speaking in different ways. So I think that's what we want to get into today, to take a look at how this works, how this can work better, and what's already happening, because a lot is already happening. And in the middle of all this is, of course, the data. Is there too much data? Is there not enough data? And I think it depends on who you ask. Some of the data is being shared. Some of the data is siloed. And I think we all in the room agree that a lot of the data is being underused. So this is what we're going to be getting into this afternoon. And I think looking especially, at the solutions that have already started to come out this morning, and at the collaboration and the connections. And we heard a lot about this morning too. So we'll really be pulling in and building on what has started to emerge this morning so that we can see and understand how to scale it up, how to make a difference, and what some of you in the room that may be not so much involved in these data sharing initiatives or collaborative approaches on G2B, what you can do when you walk away, when you go home, to make this more your reality too. So we're going to start with two short presentations, and then I'm going to call on a couple of key experts in the room who also have perspectives to share on some of what is being shared by our speakers. And then we're going to move to an exchange and a dialogue that I hope is dynamic, is engaging, keeps you awake after lunch, and is really very honest and forward-looking as well, so that when we come back, hopefully to Vienna Food Safety Forum 2 years from now, we can see, how the journey has moved on, what has happened, what has changed. So let me introduce, our first speaker, Mr. Hans van der Aa from the Netherlands, from the Food and Consumer Product Safety Authority. And he is an expert on public-private partnerships, has been working in this area for 13 years. And so I'm going to pass the floor to you, Hans, first, to talk us through your journey, your experience in the Netherlands. You can come up here or sit there. It's as you wish. You have some slides. And then I will take back the mic. Thank you, Hans.
Thank you, Marilyn.
And a warm round of applause for Hans.
Thank you, Marilyn, for this great introduction. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak to you about our experience with public-private partnerships. And, I have some slides to show you how we work in the Netherlands with third-party assurance. And, I will go to the slides and you will see what I'm talking about. First, my name is Hans van der Aa. I'm working at the Netherlands Food and Consumer Product Safety Authority. We are an organization. We are the competent authority for food safety in the Netherlands, but also we are the competent authority for product safety and also for many other domains, but this presentation will go about food safety. Our approach is that we are dealing with, we can be everywhere. So we as a competent authority, we cannot be everywhere. We have a lot of locations where we have to look at, where we have to do our supervision. We don't want to be everywhere. We think companies are responsible for their own products. So if they are responsible for their own products, then we can rely on and we can lay the responsibility in the sector, and we don't have to do it ourselves. So that's why we stimulate self-control. That's one of the things we think, if a company does and shows self-control and self-regulation, then we think that's a good thing and we can use it in our supervision. And we think that there must be more synergy between the self-control and our supervision as a competent authority. And that means that we have to share data, and we have to be transparent, and we have to report. And also, we think it's a risk-based supervision for those business operators that do on self-regulation. So if you take that as your approach of how you build your supervision, then I think the door is open for third-party assurance. And one of the examples of public-private cooperation is our constructive cooperation with FSSC. For over many years, we work together because one of the things we have in share is our goal. Our mission is that we have consumers must be able to trust that food is safe, and also FSSC has almost the same mission, providing trust and impact for global food safety. So with that shared goal, we can say, hey, what are you doing, what are we doing, and what are we doing double? And to provide and to not doing things double, we think we can work together. And one of the principles for cooperation is that we have that shared goal, of course, but also that it's voluntary and not an obligation. It's not mandatory, it's voluntary. So, but it's not only voluntary, we do have criteria for working together. Although we say it's the third-party assurance is an own system, they have an own business plan, and we have our own responsibility. So if you keep your own identity, that's one of the basics, principles. We don't involve in the business of the third-party assurance schemes. They have their own business plan. So they are not supervised by us. And also we think we will not use the information for direct enforcement. I think that's a very, very basic principle. And we talked about trust in the former discussions. Well, this is how we build our trust. We don't use it for direct enforcement. We use it for a supervision, for a risk-based supervision, but not direct enforcement for the involved companies. And very important, it cannot replace our supervision. When we work together, we are still responsible for the supervision at those domains, in this case, food safety. We don't work with everybody, I already said. We have some criteria. And if third-party assurance or a control system or a certification system wants to work together with us, we ask them to do a self-assessment. And in that self-assessment, we ask them to submit evidence that they fulfill to the criteria we are asking. And also some acceptance of terms. And one of those acceptance of terms is sharing data. When we think they are fulfilling in the self-assessment is complete, then we do an audit on site. Then we go to the scheme owner and we look in their system and we look at how they perform and what they are doing. And then we do some verification in practice. Then we go to certified companies and we go monitoring how the certificate is working in practice. And after that, and everything is fulfilled with our criteria, then we accept the scheme as a supportive system for supervision. These are the basic criteria for acceptance that we use. Very important, it must be independent and impartial, because we want to make sure that it's an independent assessment. Also, we want to know that they check for compliance for law and regulation, because that's our work. So we have to do things double, yes or no. So we want to know that there's also some checks for compliance on laws and regulations. Also, we want to show them if they can demonstrate the performance of the participants. Is there an action plan to make the performance better? Also, we have we want to see that there's a transparent and effective sanction policy. If you find, as a certification body or in your certification program, and you find some non-compliances, then it's very important that how do you solve them and in what time? And what is the matter if the non-compliance is not solved? What are you doing? So the sanction policy, we think, is very important, and it has to be in line with how we do it. Also, we think it's very important that unannounced visits are in place. So it's not only a one-day visit. The certified companies should comply every day. Another very important criteria is that the CPO sets requirements and monitors the effectiveness and the quality of the certification bodies. Because we don't talk to the certification bodies, we only talk to the CPOs, to the scheme owners. Because we think it's their responsibility that the CBs do what they must do. And if we see something wrong, we don't go to the CB, we go to the CPO, to the scheme owner, and he has to evaluate the working of his certification body. Also, we think there must be an integrity program within the scheme, because we think it's almost there has to be some. The scheme owner has to have insight in how the scheme is working and have to make it better and evaluate his system all the time. And last but not least, share information and be transparent. After exception, we monitoring the effectiveness and the operational of the scheme in practice. We have 4 sources for our information. We have the database of the private partner. We don't actually go into the database, but we ask them information to give us that is coming from their database. So we don't have a real-time connection with the database, but we ask them for information. And mostly those information, but I will come on later, is not connected to locations or to businesses. It is metadata. Also, we have our own regular inspections. That's a source of information. We do monitoring. We have a monitoring program. In our monitoring rollback, we go to the certificated locations. And as we do in the verification step of the acceptance, we look at the effectiveness of having a certificate. And is the certificate doing what it's saying in practice? So are they coming every year? Do they see non-compliances? Do they solve the non-compliances? And do they act with their own sanction policy? And last but not least, we also use if there is a certificated company that was involved in incidents, yes or no. All that together makes a monitoring dashboard, and from that monitoring dashboard we make an evaluation report, and that evaluation report is discussed with the CPO, with the scheme owner, and to make an improvement plan. So that the value of supervision and the value of supporting supervision is growing. And also, if it's not good and we don't have any trust, or the cooperation is not working, there's an exit procedure, and we stop working together. But the goal is also to have a building stone for, in this case, an appropriate supervision based on a risk analysis. And that's our risk model that we use. And here you see when it's yellow, when there is an accepted voluntary third-party assurance involved, then it's one of the factors that we use in our risk assessment, and you go lower on the risk ladder as a company. And when we go there and based on our risk profile, we can adjust our supervision. And sometimes we go less inspections, but also we can go there but not look at everything. For example, in our cooperation with FSSC, when our inspectors go to an FSSC certificated location, we don't look at the basic requirements for hygiene, because we think that is done by the certification body, so we don't have to do it double. But we still go there because we are still responsible for the supervision. And now the information sharing, that's all this platform, the forum is about, information sharing. And here you see our information sharing is not so fancy. It's not so, we don't use IA or we don't use machine learning. It's just basic information that we need. And that's, for example, the numbers and the locations that are certificated. Also the number of unannounced visits, because we want to know and we want to make sure that the CPOs is doing what he says he's doing. Also, we are asking for the number of non-compliances for a sector or for a group of locations or businesses. And we also share our metadata to the CPOs. So we also share our findings on a meta-based profile. And we use it to evaluate each other's program and systems, and not to just to create a better supervision, and not to enforce or to do anything at the business, but at the level of cooperation and making our systems better. As a summary, I can say the NVWA wants to stimulate self-regulation and cooperate with private control systems on a voluntary basis. And the information from the third-party assurance systems, we will use them as a building block for our risk-oriented supervision. But they cannot replace our supervision. Transparency, information sharing, and also harmonization. I didn't talk about it, but harmonization is also very important. We try to harmonize our inspections, that we look at the same way and that we look at the same, and we give the same assessment. So also the location is not confused, because I have a certification and you come as an NVWA and still it's not good. We have to do the same way of looking, at least if that's possible. And we're also monitoring the effectiveness and the operational working of the schemes, because we think that's our basic for trust. Also, we have to go to our politics and go to our covenant and say, okay, we work with a private partner, but we're monitoring because that's why we can do it. And I think the most take-home message is that it's a continuous process. It's a growing model, and it's based on mutual trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hans. I think that was excellent, and I liked. Yesterday we were talking about digital divide. We were talking about, very innovations that were maybe very technology focused. So I like what you shared, that it's quite basic and simple. And it's also two-way. So I think for some of our partners in the room from countries and continents that maybe don't have a lot of the sophisticated systems yet, I think they can really learn a lot from that. So thank you so much. I'm going to ask, because sometimes, before we move to our second speaker, I'm just going to call on a couple of members in the audience to get the discussion going. Because sometimes we hear about the fear. We hear about the fear that's involved on the part of inspectors, maybe, that this is changing. Is this going to have an impact on jobs? And I see one of your colleagues here in the front row, Astrid Lepping, who is a senior inspector. So, could you talk us through some of that? How did that go in the Netherlands?
Okay, thank you. I do not conduct inspections myself, but I can tell you how my colleagues are reacting, and we talked about it before. It's quite a new way of working and working together. So what Hans already told, it's important that we harmonize our way of looking at subjects. And then we have to build a trust. And I think that's one of the most important things and the most difficult things to do, that also our own instructors trust the private partner and just see they do a good job. So also that's a matter of time, but we get used to the way of working.
Thank you so much. And I want to turn over now to a couple of, I see some African collaborators, partners in the audience. And in Uganda and also in Honduras in Central America, colleagues have been involved in STDF projects that are rolling out or piloting this similar kind of VPTA approach in practice that's very much linked to the Codex, the CCFIX guidelines on the use of voluntary third-party assurance programs. And I know Mike O'Neill is sitting there and will have been taking note when you say it's not to replace the regulator's role and the official oversights. It's not, absolutely not about that. But, you know, I want to throw the question out maybe to you first, Paul Omani, Fisheries in Uganda. You know, what do you take away from Hans's presentation, maybe in relation to what you're doing under the STDF pilot project? Well, what's your takeaway from this, and how do you look forward in Uganda, you know, building on what you've heard?
Thank you so much, Marilyn. My name is Paul Omani from Uganda. And just to give a preamble, we've been exporting to the European Union for the last 34 years. And therefore we have, but the first 10 years were not easy because we went through challenges of meeting the compliance requirements. So over this time, we can say 25 years, there's been consistent, sustained compliance to EU regulations for fisheries and agriculture. And therefore we make about $200 million for exports annually as a country, making the second foreign exchange earner to the country. Now, coming to the VTPA under the auspices of STDF, we have implemented the VTPA and to raise a level of awareness. And from this level of awareness, we are working with the private sector to profile the risks. And on the basis of this now, that's going to support us into our regulatory framework. But very importantly, from what I pick from Hans' presentation, is that this VTPA is a building block. Therefore, that it complements the national food control systems and leveraging on the resources that we would otherwise be using for others. On the basis of this, that's why we are building the capacity in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for that. I think excellent. So let me just, you know, ask you the same question, Miriam Bueno. You know, what's your take on this, and what do you see the future being in terms of what you have been learning too in the STDF pilot project in Central America?
Sure, Marlene, thank you. Well, I wish I had seen this presentation a couple of years ago. I took lots of notes from your presentation. A key takeaway, which we had to go through the whole project to understand this is very necessary. One of the challenges we have in the Central American region is that CPOs are not based in Central America. And most CBs have to travel from abroad to service the private companies that wish to get certified. So that's an immense challenge that most SMEs or companies or FBOs in other regions don't face. So that elevates cost and so on. But one big takeaway that we had from our project, which you mentioned, is that the CPOs should monitor their CBs. We had the chance during our project to shadow a mock audit of a CB. And in the issue of trust, you know, inspectors are reluctant to trusting the work of the CBs, not the standards, not the programs, but the CBs. And the truth is that when we go down there, most CBs are not open to the idea of being inspected, of being shadowed. And there's the issue of competence in monitoring, right? So that was one key takeaway that we'd had from our project. We would need to work more on that if we were to engage with CPOs. Hopefully we're going to have someday a CPO or more CBs in the area to reduce costs and increase the number of companies, certified companies. Now, a second issue that we learned also is that this required a change of mindset for regulators. This is initiation should start from the regulator, and not all regulators are open to the idea of a public partnership, as Marlene said, because this also may involve trade, right? So a company that exports to the EU, to the US, and so on, in other countries, trying to explain why the inspections or the supervisions are reduced can be quite complicated, right? We learned that it's not a matter of replacing official supervision, but just supporting and just targeting towards those FBOs that are higher risk. But looking forward, Marlene, I think we still have to work in the Central American region because we have to face those challenges and close those gaps. We're thinking of bringing this into our regulation and give it a little bit of, a support, regulatory support, but under a voluntary basis, always, right? Be supported by regulation, but under a voluntary program. As their name says, it's a voluntary third-party assurance program. But the pilot gave us a great opportunity to understand the dynamics in the area and what is needed to close the gaps. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Miriam. And I think, you and Paul and the stakeholders in Rwanda and Uganda and also Belize and Senegal and Mali, you were brave in taking that step to explore, what does this CC-FIX guideline mean for me in my country when it does raise issues. And we heard, from you, Astrid, it raises fears, raises concerns. So I'm glad that you're back in the room as well, Alden Hilbrands, because you spoke this morning a lot about, the innovation. And it's not just technological innovations, but innovations in coming together to have a change of mindset. And Miriam mentioned that too, the mindset change. Hans mentioned FFSC and how you're working together, private sector, public sector. So what has been your take on this? Would you tell the same story as Hans, or is there anything, he's not telling us that we would like to know or be interested to know here?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. What has been the main takeaway? I would say, this for us, to be very honest, has also been a trust-building exercise for the last 7 years between the public side and the private side, right? Well, we're non-for-profit, but we're a proxy for the private sector that uses us all over the place. So I think it's also trying to understand, you have this common goal of trying to protect consumer health, right? That Hans was discussing. But then getting to the table and discussing with each other, that is in itself a trust-building exercise. And I think what I also learned is you have to be honest with each other. And this morning we also earlier discussed, that AI sometimes is a threat, as a perceived threat to people. Working together to reshuffle resources, more risk-based on both sides, you also have to explain on both sides why we're doing this. What's the business case? What's in for the business? What's in for the CPO? What's in for the government? And sometimes that is, a more uncomfortable conversation. You have to be, I believe, I'm a Dutch guy, no nonsense. And we have to put things on the table and talk about it and not hide it and smile to each other. But I mean, if you want to make it work, this should be a win for all parties, right? And I don't think we are there yet. This is an evolving story, right? But I really hope that, the work that we've done, I think we've been able to prove that as a scheme owner, as a government, you can be more effective and efficient in deploying your resources and optimizing food safety assurance across a whole country, like in the Netherlands. I hope this will be an inspiring example also to be replicated in the world, because I think there's a lot of lessons learned. I think positive impact. We're not yet there. It's always a journey, right? So that would be my perspective on this.
Thank you so much. I think that's it, making it a win-win and starting small and starting with an exchange, starting with a dialogue, and then moving into some areas that may be more complex or have more fears attached. But we need, as regulators to be talking to industry, as industry to be talking to regulators, so that we can move along that journey. And I think with, the business case in mind, I'm going to call up our second speaker of the afternoon now, and that's Darren Swindles from Australia, from the TASE Group, who's Program Manager of Digital Strategy. And so you're working, hand in hand closely with government. So why don't you come up here and tell everyone what you're doing, and then we'll open up to a second set of reactions, and then we're getting to the audience engagement too. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm probably going to be talking about the same topics as Hans especially, but the difference is I'm going to talk from the industry perspective. So we're doing similar things, but we're actually doing it from a meat processing company perspective. So it was really good to hear firsthand what the regulatory view was. I do apologise for using the same words that you've heard yesterday and today, but when I use them, I'll be trying to reflect them in terms of what we're actually doing. So first of all, just to give you some context, I'll explain what Tees is. So Tees is a beef company. So you probably haven't heard of it. It's a B2B selling business, but it's been around for 79 years. It's the second largest beef exporter from Australia. And the vast majority of what we process and produce goes all around the world. From the food safety risk point of view, we are sourcing cattle from all over the country. You can see the dots on the map if the slide comes up. Sorry. So different regions, different weather patterns, different types of cattle. So that's coming in on one side of it, and then we're also exporting and selling to over 60 countries around the world. So we need to make sure that we are on top of that game, and we're always very focused on food safety because it's a big risk exposure for us. So why does data sharing between industry and government matter? We basically need to make it work. Regulations are there for a reason. We need to show that we're complying. We, more importantly, need to make sure that everything we do creates safe food. There's an expectation of transparency from consumers, regulators, trading partners, everyone. And the other thing is, that's been discussed a lot, is the technology now exists to do a lot. By sharing the data, we definitely build trust with everyone involved. And from the business side, it allows us to target resources so that we can make sure we're doing the best job possible. And we share that with the regulators because they can also target their compliance activity. So from the commercial point of view, there's a cost of reacting too late or even too early to something. So I'll focus on one specific risk, which is Shiga toxigenic E. coli, or STEC. So that's something that lives in the intestines of animals, and the risk increases with factors like temperature, poor hygiene, animal stress. So in an environment with preset sampling plans, that's where we get the situation of potentially oversampling and undersampling, because they're not taking into account changing risk factors like temperature, mud score on the cattle, even something small like the position of a carcass in the chiller room can be a factor. A smarter approach is predictive risk and intervention. So those who follow football might know what's on the screen here, but it's called a free kick wall. So what we're trying to do is move all the resources to where the risk is. So AI modelling that I'll talk about later, and you've heard from other people, shows how we can ingest lots of data, predict where the risks are heightened because of those factors, and make sure those resources shift to where they need to be. That's an alternative to like a fixed sampling plan where you would have the players just lined up, evenly spaced around, and then just they may or may not get interception. So data is not the problem for us. We have plenty of data, but it's definitely under-leveraged. We can fuel any solution with lots and lots of data, but to get better outcomes, we have to start connecting the dots and acting on more than just compliance-driven information. Real-time data sharing for risk-based compliance. What we're building is a continuous real-time data sharing solution that ultimately can be used as a QA solution across multiple industries. So I'm talking about the beef industry, and that's the initial build-out, but it's been designed in a way that it's more a compliance tool than a beef industry-specific tool. It has embedded AI models that detects changes in risk dynamically. It's a project that's co-led with Australia's Commonwealth Scientific Industrial Research Organisation that we call CSIRO. That's a quasi-government body that's focused on industry-driven outcomes. And it's a collaboration between CSIRO, TEAS, and DAF, who we're in early discussions with. It enables smarter data sharing between industry and government, and it's designed to ensure regulatory compliance efforts are aligned based on the data-driven risk probability. So that's the key thing, that we're calculating what the probability of the risks are and where they belong, so that regulators and us as the operator of the facilities can make sure that we are targeting those risks. It supports early warnings and targeted interventions. The more time that we have, the better the options to mitigate risks we have to add value. So more time, we can go with the best option. So this is just a bit of an overview of the solution and the types of data that we're ingesting in. So weather data, I explained before, is an important input. So is data that can come from the farms or the properties that the cattle are sourced from, as well as information about their transport life, so the journey to get to the plants. So if you take something also like the weather data, so temperature has a direct impact on the STEC risk, but we know that we can get a weather forecast, typically 7 days out is reliable. We can even project that even further forward, so we can make decisions on some things much earlier, therefore plan how we're going to mitigate them in advance, which means that we can make sure we get the resources in place to do it well. So I was struggling to think of a simple way to explain what's happening, so I've borrowed a concept from a TV series called Westworld, if anyone's seen it, but this is the Rehoboam model. But essentially, we predict what should be happening, and then when we get a divergence, so temperature has been higher than expected or is predicted to be higher, rain, mud, other data about what's actually happening in the plants and test results and so on, we can have the system do that analysis. So it's basically detecting a change from what's expected, analysing, and then recommending interventions. So if we know in advance, we can do things like slow the chain down to allow more time for hygiene work. We can increase specific interventions. We can alter the sequence that the animals are processed in. We can even increase testing, obviously, and we can avoid certain classes of livestock that might have a higher risk for other reasons. So we end up washing the cattle more than usual. We might very specifically use the highest skilled labour in certain operational steps to make sure that everything is done to the highest standard because of that increased risk that's been flagged. And the other message here is that no data has no use. Everything is valuable. Everything's relevant. So in Australia, there's a lake Hume. So the water levels in that lake can predict cattle supply and a lot of other things, but in our context, it can signal periods of higher food safety risk. So that's something that's actually an input into the model. By combining AI with all this broad contextual data as well as the specific data, we can anticipate the risk in a time frame that allows us to plan a good measured response without adding a lot of cost to the process and therefore the product. So by anticipating the risks, instead of chasing the problems, we've got a smarter food safety system. So this is just an idea of what the solution looks like. So this is more the plant view. So we can see near real-time monitoring what's happening against what's expected to happen against the risk profile changing. So we have a view across the whole process, and this is very much process-based, not sampling product-specific level, because we know if that process is in control, things going through that process are going to have the same outcomes. The alerts are interactive, so in there we can click on an alert and see what's causing it and see the driver, not just a symptom. And it helps ensure that every product going through that process is safe and compliant and consistent. So we're not just catching the problems, we're seeing them emerge, understanding them faster and addressing the entire process, not just isolated product outcomes. So in the specific case of STEC that I'm using as an example, a lot of the risks around there can be on the incoming side. So this is the live cattle coming into our facilities. So I mentioned some of the data like the arrival and processing times, the amount of time that they've been in transit, the weather during their journey, from where they left from when they arrived, the breed of animal, the feed type, the sex, the other attributes of the animal, which we do have a lot of data on in Australia through our declaration process. And then basic observable things that we can use smart vision for, like mud score, looking at the animal's hide and what it might be covered with, and the conditions in lerage, which is sort of the area where the animals arrive at the plant, the holding yards. So in this example here, the STEC score of 82 might trigger a warning. So this might have been because of rainfall, temperature and humidity, which can affect the cleanliness of the hide on the animal. In this case that we're looking at here, it was definitely a transport distance flag as well, which is a proxy for stress of the animal, which is another factor with STEC. And also assessing the region and the particular property history that we have from sourcing cattle from there. So this all merges together through the model and gives us a really good, useful score that we can use to manage the risk and put interventions in place. So traditionally, we would have been reacting when something was measurable and seen and observed and moving right onto it. But this allows us to intervene even earlier in the process. So the animals may not have arrived yet, so that gives us more options for how we handle it when it comes in. When when it comes through, the extra washing is a very powerful tool, and the using of the high-skilled staff. The key message is that it's about moving food safety from reactive to predictive, and using the data to make decisions before the risk becomes an actual problem. Now, this is the view more from the compliance side. So the compliance team can see all that information, but they have a different perspective looking at, is the process in control? Can it drill into traceability? What are the trends? So it's not just about catching the faults, but systems learning from them and surfacing that information to them. So continuous improvement activities can be recommended and put in place on the back of this. And the events that do occur, all the traceability of the causes and rectifications is all logged, and that helps the model learn as well as we progress. So as that's been very powerful on the AI side too. So as that's sort of looping through, it's learning a lot from its own recommendations and how they're implemented. So the idea is to build that confidence from the regulator, which sort of fits with what Hans was saying about trust, building it through proof, data, evidence. So what makes the government and industry data sharing work? Because in this case here, that information has been shared with other people. So the most important enabler is trust. I don't know if that's the 11,212th time that's been said in this room, but it is really key to everything. So I'll try and talk to how we actually got to that level of trust as a company working as an industry actual producer with all those other frameworks. But the issue is without trust, all that data stays locked up. Everyone's talked about that and the problems that causes. But it does come down to motivation, alignment. Again, Hans had a good slide, I think, on that, showing that was a big assessment to make sure people had the same goals. That's the same with this project that we did. So making sure everyone had the same ambitions, wanted the same outcomes. And it's definitely a partnership. I think Will talked about it being a people trust first, and that's definitely how it worked in this scenario. Building trust with people. Some people were known to people in the organisation, some people weren't. We had lots of meetings. And the thing that helped us develop trust was talking about this from the concept level forward. So it wasn't like either party came with, we have a solution and we want you to participate. We started from the beginning and co-designed what we wanted. So from the T's side, our motivations are around, we wanted to share the data responsibly to drive food safety, traceability and supply chain efficiency. We wanted something that gave us early notification so that we could put things in place that are effective and cost efficient as well. SIRO is a research organisation, so they were committed to the science behind it and the scientific outcomes of building a data-enabled innovation. And the regulators obviously want to be able to target the compliance activity to the areas of particular risk because everyone has limited resources. And if we can make sure that they're used to go to the places where they're most needed, that's certainly benefiting everyone. The mechanics behind all this is the easy part, the plumbing, even the legal frameworks, which I might mention a bit later, that's all solvable. The real challenge is actually how to manage the evolving data use. So making agreement, having trust with the people, saying this is the data we're going to share and why and the purpose. The challenge is when that evolves over time and there's a new purpose or a new benefit that can be gained from using that information. How is that communicated, agreed to? So that's an open current area to be improved upon, but it's certainly something that we see as sort of the next step to add more value. To make it work, we need policy and legal flexibility. So, in an ideal world, legislation would allow for expanding data use through updates that are more regulatory rather than like full rewrites of entire laws. But more importantly, we have to involve the data originator. So the people who are the custodians or the people who created the data have to be part of that discussion, because that is the best way to build confidence, both in the quality of the data and the usefulness flows from that, but also the fairness and consent into that whole data ecosystem. But when the right motivations, the clear legal frameworks, the commitment to trust come together, the government industry data sharing, it really can drive real progress for compliance, efficiency, and the overall public good. So in summary, I think what we have done is created a platform that aligns with what everyone else has been saying yesterday and today. It also aligns with the Codex and the VTPA model of risk-based regulation. This is a risk-based platform that's aligned with that concept. And I know it's been very high level, but hopefully I've shown a bit of insight into how that's actually been implemented in a real-world scenario. And I'll give you some feedback from the industry point of view, like the challenges we had, lessons learned, as we call it. But trust is essential. I made the slide pack before seeing the other presentations, but it's definitely not optional. It's the hardest part. Like I said, there's a lot of work behind this, a lot of hours, a lot of really cool tools used to make it work. But the longest delays, the challenging conversations in the beginning were the ones that were required to develop that trust. One of the big friction points we encounter as a commercial entity is the control of IP, who can have access to the data. That happens with any party to the transaction. It's something that is a challenge for anything data related. I do follow closely the debates in common law countries, which includes Australia, around is data property, and there's a lot of good work happening in the UK actually around this, because a lot of argument at the moment is that data isn't technically property, which is why we have to have all these legal controls in place around licensing and what the terms are and control of access and security and so on. But these legal concerns can really stall the momentum and create the delays. So the way to get ahead of it is, instead of locking in those rigid terms up front, agree on the process and what the process might be to revisit things that aren't working. So just something that allows the data to evolve over time. So I'll just leave on saying that if we can, I'd recommend being strategic before going legal. So get the right people together, talking through what they actually want out of the deal, and then get the lawyers involved to write it all up. So just quickly, to close out, I think the key points are that collaborative data sharing between private industry and government agencies can be done. There has to be trust, which means that the purposes have to be aligned, but it's worked. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darren. I think that was excellent, and also from the industry side. And I think touching on some of the points that were already made also from some of the speakers at the front of the room about the legislation, needing to have that enabling legislation that enables this collaboration. And I think echoing, trust, communication, dialogue, becoming friends, as Will said earlier, it's all a journey, and it's learning to get to know each other, what we mean, how we work, and how we can work together more effectively. So I wanted to quickly pass the floor to a colleague who's here from Brazil, who is a veterinarian with the Department of Inspection and Animal Products. Just to ask you, Paula Borges Vieira, what's your take on, the Australian example that we've just heard about? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Marilyn, for this opportunity. My name is Paula Borges Vieira. I am an official veterinarian from Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Sharing Brazil experience on this topic, we are currently working on data standardization to enable data sharing between industry and government. In fact, aiming at the full digitalization of the entire health certification process of animal products. While full digitalization has not yet been achieved, we are already implementing some measures, such as the adoption of digitally signed certificates and a cert system. The system is currently on the final stage of migration to the production platform, with electronic certificates being sent during the test phase. However, there have been no changes to the steps involved in registering compliance with requirements during production, requesting, issuing, and verifying certificates at the border. To achieve full digitalization, as we know, it is essential to standardize data from its collection to its distribution. This need motivated Brazil, and with the support of partner countries, it was conducted an analysis of 42 sanitary certificates using a method from computer science called ontology. This method is based on identifying the subject, predicate, and object of statements, also known as triplets, in order to discover entities, their properties, and relationships. From this analysis, it becomes possible to define what is known as a context-free grammar, in other words, a list of terms and rules to write attestations. Brazil presented this work last year as a discussion paper at the 27th session from CCFIX in Australia. Subsequently, the Codex Alimentarius Commission approved a new work proposal on developing guidance for the standardization of the representation of sanitary requirements, and an electronic working group was established, chaired by Brazil. This initiative represents a first step toward achieving a fully electronic process where information is captured digitally right from the beginning of the production chain by the private sector, with communication between private and government systems to transmit this data. Based on guarantees received electronically, the certification system can indicate to the official veterinarian which requirements have been met, quickly, safely, and traceably. In conclusion, the Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock is making significant efforts to simplify and increase the security of the entire certification process, connecting industry to the border authorities of importing countries. Thank you.
And I think, another interesting and slightly different example that also relates to some of the drivers that we have heard about earlier. So we're going to open, very soon for hands up and questions and comments from the floor. But let me pass to you, John, quickly from Africa and the Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. What's your take on this, thinking about where you want to go with your work in the African continent?
Thank you very much, Marlene. So one of the key takeaways I have taken from this is that we sit on huge amount of data, and I think I've heard this not only from this presentation, but from the discussions we've had over the course of the past 2 days also. So data may not necessarily be the problem, but having the centralized, standardized mechanism that harnesses these data in different places and use them to our benefit is the issue. And that is why at the African Union, we continue to encourage our member states to take up these digitalization and data sharing issues. And I will be mentioning a few examples, case studies of some of the countries that are really implementing some of these digitized food safety systems. But my colleague Amari, in the past 2 days, has really been raising awareness on the Africa Food Safety Data Hub. 3 main objectives. The first one is that there are particular consumption patterns within Africa for which we need to understand the risk, the exposure, and the rest. Having data from different countries enables us to do this. Africa also participates in the work of the international standard setting bodies, Codex, for example. We need the data from countries to make a stronger position and to shape these global standards. If you are not able to implement provided data for these standards, chances are that your commodities may not be able to meet these standards. So that is key for the hub. And lastly, for policy making at the continental level. So this hub is very key, and it hinges on this G2B we have been discussing. But I think Africa has been making good progress in terms of the G2B, but most importantly, data sharing. So if you take Gambia, for example, Gambia is in the process of establishing the Food Safety Information Management System. I think the DG is here. They may be rolling it out within a month or 2. Egypt already has a similar system, right from registration, licensing to approval. So there is very good interactions. North Africa, for example, you have Morocco. Morocco uses the Atlas platform, for example, and foreign exporters are required to sign in and provide all the necessary documentation. They can see approvals and the rest. Kenya, for example, has the Kenya Agriculture Data Sharing Platform. I think it was established some 2 or so years ago. You have dashboards on crops, livestock, and also for cooperatives when critical information, disease outbreaks, food hygiene advisories, and the rest are shared on them. And maybe lastly, Namibia has the NAM-LITS, the Livestock Identification and Traceability System. Botswana also has the LITS as well. They use the RFID, ear tagging, monitoring movement of animals throughout the whole process. So a point I want to make is that there is momentum building up in African countries. Nevertheless, there are still some countries that are lagging behind. And so listening to the discussions, we see the technologies are available, the good practices are available, lessons are there to be learned, and we need to take advantage of them. And as I conclude, Marlene, I would want to indicate that I think the issue of trust building is important, but what we have seen with our countries that are undertaking this initiative is that inclusive dialogue is critical. To build trust, you need inclusive dialogue. A legislation aspect is also very critical. You need to, and it has to be light. It has to be light to be able to take on board the evolving data use. And I think Darren had also mentioned that. So looking into the future, I believe that countries need to build a lot of sustainability into the establishment of these digital platforms, and it comes by making the economic case, the win-win benefits that government, the private sector stand to benefit. And I think within the African Union, we are open to working with our partners to develop this system further, particularly in countries where they may not exist. Thank you.
John, thank you, John. And I think, it's really encouraging also to hear about all of what's in progress, work in progress, what is already existing. So I think, and you said it's not really the total lack of data. So I think that's a much more promising and forward-looking way to see it too. So, we wish you all the best with setting this up. So I see also, some big companies names in the room. On the retail side, I see Metro, I see Nestle, Ludovica, you both spoke earlier. But do you want to throw in, a couple of key messages from your side, on the Nestle side, on the Metro retail side, about how to really work together to build this trust, so we see more of these, collaborative solutions in place. And then I will be looking further back to bring in questions that you may have for Hans and for Darren, because we're moving along. So I ask you to keep it quite brief too. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'll start, right? Thank you. Yes, thank you. So, G2B interactions. I really think this is a key element for a successful development and implementation of any food safety management system. Of course, we all strive for consumer protection, and this collaboration is really key, following what are our respective roles and responsibilities, of course. Now, in our view, there are some preconditions for success. As everybody has mentioned up to now, clearly trust. There must be trust among the two parties. Trust is built with dialogue by showing transparency in processes and data. And second very important element is for a global company to work, in a context where there is a defined regulatory frame. If the regulatory frame is defined, then the objectives of this G2B interaction are also very clear, and this makes the collaboration, if I may call it so, easier. Now, in terms of interaction, of course, what is somehow flawless is sharing of science, data. The data we discuss about is often the outcome of a scientific process, and sharing of science is something that we as industry believe can contribute to, for example, a risk assessment from a likelihood of occurrence perspective. Of course, as industry, we do have data, we have our own monitoring, and we have been sharing this data anonymously with authorities in several occasions through third parties, very often industry associations, and these data were used as, together with many other data, in the development of codex standards or European standards. Another point where we have, of course, common interest is the development, again, science, of analytical methods. As industry, we are very much interested in having analytical methods that show the specificities that are required to have a statistically representative result, right, with correct limit of detection and quantification. And there also, we are very eager to share the science we have on this perspective with authorities, because we believe that can help developing faster maybe some type of official AOAC or other type of method. So as industry, we really believe in these partnerships because they bring added value to both parties in ensuring faster consumer protection within our respective hats. Thank you very much, Marilyn, for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to build on this. I'll try to be honest. Normally, I'm very cautious when externals ask for business data, in particular authorities. That's how we are functioning a little bit. But I'll tell you, when it comes to food safety, this is something we support, because we believe food safety is shared responsibility between public, private, all involved, the entire society. And therefore we are ready to cooperate in this area to build trust, etc. And also we believe that public-private cooperation has some promises for food safety. And I can give you only 3 examples how we see this. Think about risk prevention. We talked about this many times. If we bring together the expertise, the data, the expertise of the industry, of the authorities, in particular in control, in doing analysis, conducting controls, the control structure, etc., I think we can here, let's say, add value to the whole process. The second thing is we could, with this, also drive innovations. It is a different, we are talking about different perspective, and if you develop an innovation from the perspective of the industry, not including other perspectives, you may come to a different results. And I believe also for innovations, faster innovations that may help. The third point would be, this is for us very important. It's building trust in the society, within the consumers. You all know when there is a crisis, everybody's finger pointing on the industry. And this is, therefore, we have an interest in being transparent and providing data which, let's say, support our business by showing, look, we are cooperating with the authorities, we provide whatever is needed, our system is safe, etc. If our customers see that we have a strong cooperation with the public sector, I believe they would have more trust in our work. But I would say we should not also miss to talk about the risks. I'm not going to bore you about data protection. That is not my topic. I have difficulties, or I don't want to see authorities having uncontrolled, unrestricted access to my data. I want to know, what are you supposed to do with it? So I'm talking about the scope, the purpose of the data usage. This needs to be very clear. And I also don't want to see authorities dictating technologies and standards. That would harm, again, the innovation, the creativity of the public sector. The second point is also very important. I think many of you would agree, I don't want to see outsourcing of public responsibility. The public or the authorities, they have the mandate to protect the consumer. And I don't want to take this mandate. And you should not give up this mandate. I believe it lies very good in your hands. We should find ways to work on it together, but I would expect from the authorities that they don't use public-private cooperation to outsource a little bit their responsibility. All in all, it's a very good approach, and we are really willing to support it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'm wondering what to do now. Are there any burning questions or comments? I see Will over here with a hand up. I'll take maybe 2, 3, and then I'll pass it back to our speakers. I also see a lady here, I'm sorry, and over here. Okay, so you had the hands up first. So Will, and keep it brief, please.
Absolutely. So this one's directed at Hans. So the approach that you have at the moment must be fantastic for domestic production, because the entire time the process is under the remit of the Netherlands. How does it extend to imports?
So Hans, if you don't mind, I'll take the 3 questions and then I'll pass the floor. I think that will be most efficient. So over to you, Madam here. Please introduce yourself. I'm not sure we've heard from you yet.
Thank you, Miss. My name is Duma from the Ministry of Trade of Indonesia. I'm interested in Mr. Swindle's presentation that said one key to making data sharing work is investment in capability, not just compliance. As a government representative, I would be very interested in learning about practical strategies to promote investment in critical areas such as digital infrastructure and human resource development. How can this investment facilitate effective data sharing to ensure that compliance with food safety regulation also contributes to long-term trade resilience and enhance consumer protection? Thank you.
Thanks so much. And over to you, Marcel, and from SOAC, you can maybe introduce.
Thank you so much, Marilyn. It's a small comment just to talk about the experience in West Africa. I would like to thank SCDF because we have just launched a regional project for 8 of our economies, including Guinea-Bissau. The idea is to use digitalization to make more affordable the conformity assessment services and to allow access to our product to foreign markets like EU. And what we have noted, for example, in Côte d'Ivoire, where SOAC is based, SOAC is the West African accreditation body. It is a multi-economy accreditation body. And we have tried to work with regulators. And fortunately, we have just an agreement with the Ministry of Agriculture in Côte d'Ivoire, who has decided to ask to all certification body based in the country to be accredited by SOAC and to be responsible for the testing and control of all the agriculture products, specifically cocoa. As you know, EU has a new type regulation for the access of cocoa in EU. So we developed, Côte d'Ivoire has developed with the help of African Union a scheme for the traceability of the cocoa to access the EU market. And in this scheme, the idea now is to rely on accreditation of this local certification body so that we can have a lower cost. Some of the previous speakers talk about the cost of the control in the country. So the idea is to support this local certifier in liaison with the regulators to be able to control the products and to allow this product to go in a foreign market like EU. And we have been supported by SCDF, who has just 1 year ago has validated a program for 9 countries in West Africa, where we would like to develop and strengthen the relationship between regulators and accreditation bodies, because we have the mandate to accredited certification bodies, conformity assessment bodies, and based on these mandates, we can also involve local conformity assessment bodies, and at a lower cost, based also on digitalization, because one of the key points in West Africa is the cost of flights. When you organize an assessment, you also have to support these flight costs that are very expensive. So based on this project, we have started developing e-platform to be able to do the assessment remotely, and then to have a bigger group of conformity assessment body accredited locally and be able to support the exportation of the products. Thank you, Marlene.
Thank you for sharing that, Marcel. I think that topic keeps coming up as well, the question of cost. Just pass to the UK quickly at the back, and then back to our speakers, because we're running fast out of time, and I need to leave a few minutes, I think, for UNIDO, who have an announcement.
Yes, thank you very much, Madeline. John Barnes, ex of the Food Standards Agency, at some stage previously responsible for bringing in 3 of these schemes using VTPA. I just wanted to speak about a point that at no stage was this the UK regulator discharging its responsibility onto industry. It was working with industry to better protect consumers, and to have thousands of inspections going on by the private sector with lots of data, thousands of inspections going on by the regulator at the same business duplicating each other. I don't think in the future that the consumer would forgive us if we didn't try in some way, in the age of data sharing and technology, to actually have the two work together for a better outcome.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'm going to pass to the 2 speakers again, so you have time to react to some of the questions and comments in a couple of minutes each.
Yes. Well, thank you, Marilyn. I've heard some exciting stories, so I think we're not the only one who's doing working together with private partners. I had the question from Will: does it work with certification, with import, with export? The example I've did was indeed only locations that were involved in food in the Netherlands. In import-export, we have a difficulty because not all the exporting or importing countries are willing to accept private controls. So there are some countries that are willing to accept that, and then we use it. But as a standard, we don't use it because it's the third country rules that are not allowing us to use private controls. I think that was the reaction. Do you have to answer?
I guess quickly, I agree there's like total alignment with food safety. Like there's no disagreement on that front. But with what I was talking about with the platform, there's the additional motivation of avoiding waste, which no one really wants because there's lots of layers to that. But if we can avoid things being wasted, that certainly benefits everyone and everyone's aligned.
Thank you, Darren. I think that's a key point. So Mike O'Neill wanted to share a couple of words, and then a speaker from Somalia. And super quick, please, because I'm seeing the big clock. We should have had it up early.
Thank you, Marlene. Just a comment really on the VTPA guidelines, the Codex guidelines. I was the chair of that work, and what we heard Hans describe was assessing the integrity and credibility of a scheme, whether it's reliable and trustworthy. Within the guidelines, in that section, the criteria, one of them is, will the scheme share data with the regulator, right, which is the topic of conversation here. Now, in the UK, we've been very fortunate. We work with three schemes, I believe, Red Tractor, AIC, and they do share non-conformity data with us, and the Red Tractor went so far as to include it in the membership terms of their scheme. We will share anonymized, aggregated data with the regulator. So if you want a certificate, enter in the knowledge that this could be shared. And one other criteria, if the auditor from a certification body discovers a potential significant imminent public health risk, they should inform the regulator. And that's on the basis that we may have reduced the frequency or intensity of the inspections through our official controls. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Over to you quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Hassan Ibrahim from Somalia. Our case is slightly different. It's a nation who is just re-emerging from civil strife for a long time and just starting up at the moment. And I have plenty of questions here, but I'm not going to bother you for that, but I'm going to ask bilaterally. The data sharing is very important for food safety and for private and public. I have slightly the importance of trust and something like that. How can governments ensure sustained collaboration without imposing overly restrictive data sharing policies? And in other words, also, what specific strategy, because our case is slightly different, so just what specific strategies or framework have proven most effective in building trust between government and industry when it comes to the data sharing initiatives, and how can these be adopted or scaled across different jurisdictions to enhance food safety? Our case is just we took these federal member states, and always there is a tug of war and conflicts, and the people sometimes cannot understand the TORs. We are really struggling. So just wanted something to enlighten us. I remember Darren mentioned something, but I need more in depth if the time permits. Thank you.
I think you'll have to pick that one up with Darren in the coffee break afterwards, because we're running out of time. I think UNIDO has an announcement for us. Is that right? Or are you keeping that under wraps for later? Okay, so I think, I just wanted to thank our excellent speakers for their presentations. I wanted to thank all of you for joining in the dialogue and the discussion. And I think, a lot of the points keep coming back, and that's because they're important, and it's because they're not easy, and it's because they require more effort, and we've still got a way to go. So thank you. Thank you all.
Round of applause. Yeah. A big round of applause. Absolutely. Marlene, Hans, Darren, brilliantly done. Thank you so much, Marlene, as well, for bringing in so many different voices from different regions, different institutions. Brilliantly done. Thank you so much. We're all here for it. And just like Marlene said, just take this opportunity during the coffee break to engage further for our experts. You can also do that via the swipe card application. So make good use of that. Time for a break now, but I do have, just like Marlene said, one announcement. There are 5 spots left for our trip on Friday to Sieberdorf's lab. So if you are interested, please go and see our colleague from UNIDO, Nikita, over there in the grey suit. If you haven't confirmed by email, if you're interested, go and see Nikita during our coffee break. And we'll be back here at 3:50 sharp, please, for the continuation of our program. Enjoy the break. I hope that you enjoyed the coffee break. And before moving into our final session of the day, I have another announcement. There are now 4 spots left to our visit on Friday to the Cyberdorf's labs. So if you are interested, if you haven't confirmed by email as well, please go and see our colleague from UNIDO, Nikita, who's sitting right there at the back. So now we're heading into session 7, remote audit and inspection practices for enhanced regulatory collaboration and oversight, putting a standard into practice. And this session will provide an update on remote audit and inspection practices, which became widespread during the COVID-19 pandemic and continue to benefit competent authorities. So it's my pleasure now to introduce our moderator for this session, Mrs. Nancy Rowe, Senior Director, Food Import and Export Division, International Programs Directorate at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. A round of applause for Nancy, please. And as our presenter for this session, let's welcome also Mrs. Madeleine Smith, Senior Food Safety Expert at UNIDO. Welcome, Madeleine. And we also have an excellent list of speakers. Mrs. Mary Grace Mandigma, Officer in Charge, Director at the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards of the Philippines. A big round of applause. Let's also welcome Mr. Pam Kwan Min, Assistant Director at the Asian Secretariat. And last but certainly not least, Mrs. Nouriani Zainuddin, Director of Veterinary Public Health at the Directorates General Livestock and Animal Health Services of the Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia. Welcome.
It's a great pleasure. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to moderate this important discussion on remote audits and inspection practices in food safety systems. This is the final session of today's program, so I think that a lot needs to be said about the audit, and we are closing today on a really important session. Again, my name is Dr. Nancy Rowe. I'm the Senior Director of the Food Import and Export Division, International Affairs Branch at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency in Canada. First, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the organizer and all those involved in making this forum a great success, and for creating a space for meaningful dialogues. So thank you to all for this organization. Now I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists, Mrs. Madeleine Smith, Mrs. Mary Jane Mendima, Mr. Mint, and Dr. Miriani Zainuddin. Thank you all for your participation this afternoon. During the COVID pandemic, regulatory authorities, certification bodies, and industry actors were faced with the unique challenge of continuing essential food safety oversight in the absence of physical access. As a result, many turned to remote audits and inspection, leveraging digital platforms and technology to maintain compliance, conduct risk assessments, and share documentation. This experience opened new conversation around how digital tools can support official controls and third-party verification activities moving forward. It may not be a replacement for in-person audits and inspection, but can serve as a complementary tool. This session this afternoon will provide a current overview of remote audit and inspection practices, with a particular focus of the application of Codex standard principles and guidance on the use of remote audit and inspection in regulatory frameworks, especially in the Asian region. We will present the opportunity behind developing regional approaches and highlighting the ongoing work. Today's panel will explore how different countries and organizations are operationalizing remote audit and inspection in their respective systems. regional opportunities and shared challenges in implementing remote practices, and how the Codex guidance are being translated into practice. Now I would like to welcome our panelists and briefly to introduce themselves and let us know what do you do within your organization. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Grace Mandigma. I'm from the Philippines Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards. It is the Standards Bureau of the Department of Agriculture responsible for developing Philippine national standards for agriculture and fishery commodities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank UNIDO to invite us and secretariat to attend this. I think that's a very important event to discuss about the food safety and digitalizations. I just want to also introduce myself. My name is Minh. I'm from Vietnamese. I'm Vietnamese, and I work for the ASEAN Secretariat. So under my purview, I also cover food, agriculture, and forestries. I would like to also work with all of you to see how our region also can work together to promote the cooperation in food safety and digitalization. Thank you.
My name's Madeline Smith, and I'm a food safety specialist working here in UNIDO. I'm an inspector by training, but for most of my professional life, I worked at the University of Birmingham as an academic, delivering training for food inspectors and regulators.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nuriani Zainuddin. I'm a director of the Veterinary Public Health, Directorate General Livestock and Animal Health Services, Ministry of Agriculture, Indonesia. My department is responsible for the food safety, not only for the local, but also for the import-export. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to welcome a presentation by Madeline Smith on preliminary findings on a survey on remote audit practices in the Asian region. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share some results, preliminary results from a recent survey that we carried out on regulators, with regulators in the ASEAN region. In 2022, UNIDO and STDF carried out a survey which identified that the ASEAN countries had been widely involved in the use of remote practices, and participants in a workshop in Hanoi the following year confirmed that, yes, many of them were still using remote practices. They found them to be beneficial, and there was support for a regional approach to remote practices, which included perhaps the development of some guidance and codes of practice. It was decided to carry out a further survey to try and drill down on some of the practices that were being carried out by regulators in the ASEAN region. And the purpose really was to collect general information on things like the perceived benefits and the limitations, and how the remote inspections and audits were being used. We were planning to compare the results with the 2022 survey, but the main purpose of the survey was to inform the development of this regional approach. And I'd like to thank the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry from the Government of Australia for their support in this survey, and also the ASEAN Secretariat who helped with the distribution of the questionnaires. We developed the questions in the usual way by looking at the guidance, the published literature and so forth. We also used the outcomes from the workshop in Hanoi to inform the questions. And content validity was established through an internal working group here in UNIDO, with also external input from our colleagues and specialists at DAF. These are the preliminary results, and they'll be presented for approval next month. The survey link was emailed to the focal point for food safety in all 10 ASEAN countries. The questions were in English and the answers were in English. This opportunistic sampling frame and the invitation to cascade the link means that we were unable to calculate a response rate in the normal way. but we had 75 respondents by the final deadline on the 9th of May, and I think you'll be able to see from the data that some of the information is valid and will inform the way we go forward. There are some limitations of the data which include a possible non-representation. You can see from the second part of the slide, we had representation from 9 of the ASEAN countries, but 11 respondents didn't indicate where they worked. So there are some people that were not quite sure where they came from. And as I go through the data, you can see that there are 1 or 2 other aspects of that. This was carried out with regulators, so we asked about their organisations, and the vast majority of participants worked in the national competent authority. So 84% of participants were at national level, but we also had people from the provincial or state level, 1 from a municipal authority, and 2 respondents who were actually working internationally on research or project work. The majority of people participating in the survey were working in the area of food safety, 45% of them, but we also had participants who were working in primary production, which includes fisheries, and also people who were working in animal and in plant health. We asked respondents whether they had experience of carrying out remote inspections or audits, and over half of the respondents had. 56% of them had experience of carrying out remote audits, and of those people, 3/4 of them are still carrying them out. They're continuing to use the practices. 28% didn't carry out remote inspections, and we do have some data on why they don't do that. 7 respondents didn't know whether they carried them out or not, and 5 people left it blank. So you can see I have a little bit of concern that there are some people we're not reaching, that we don't actually know what they're doing. We asked people why they carried out remote inspections, under what circumstances, and this is a multiple answer question. People were invited to tick all of the answers that apply, so you can see that the numbers are not going to be adding up. The majority of people targeted the premises according to risk. So they were using remote practices when the risk of the premises allowed them to do so, made it appropriate. Just under half of the respondents said that they were carrying out remote practices in premises which couldn't be easily accessed. So geographical remoteness, for example. And others were saying, over half of the respondents were using it as follow-up after on-site visits or for complaints. There are a number of other reasons why people were using remote audit or inspection, but bear in mind that we're now getting down to very, very small numbers here. And you can see some of the reasons that they're using them as part of import approval. We also asked respondents if they would like to add anything that we had missed off, if there are any reasons they're using remote inspections that we hadn't thought of, and several people identified other reasons. Several respondents said that they would continue to use remote practices if there was an emergency or another disaster, as with COVID, which seems quite reasonable. And 1 respondent said that her local authority, her authority, were using remote practices on farms during downtime. So on occasions where inspectors can't, for various reasons, go onto the farm, then they're actually using remote practices then. And that was one that hadn't come out of the 2022 survey, so I've included it here as an important reason. We asked people how they were using remote practices, and as I said, many people were using them as follow-up, so over half of the respondents were using remote practices to replace non-urgent visits, or they were using them to replace or reduce revisits following a normal inspection. People were also using them to improve the delivery of controls according to risk. So some of the respondents, just over half of them, were actually using remote practices as a preliminary rather than a follow-up. They were using them to determine areas of concern that they needed to pay attention to when they did the on-site visits. As you can see from that, they're being used as an alternative to face-to-face inspections where the historical compliance of the premises or the risk encourages that or allows it. And other respondents were using them for things like monitoring of sampling results and so forth, which really don't require a visit on site always. We asked respondents about the technology that they were using, and most people were using very easily accessible technology. They were using existing software. They're using cameras that are available. A small number of respondents were using satellite photographs, but generally the respondents were using easily accessible, readily accessible technology. We asked participants what guidance they were using, and 70% of the participants had developed their own in-house guidance or protocols or standing operating procedures. We asked about the Codex guidance, and less than half of the respondents are actually using the Codex guidance. But to be fair, the reason they weren't using it is because when they started carrying out remote inspections and audits, it wasn't actually available. So they were obliged to develop their own, and they've carried on using those. We asked people if they had carried out any evaluations of the impact of remote practices, and I think you can see from the data that the answer is basically no. People really hadn't. Less than half of the respondents had carried out an evaluation on food industry compliance, and it's important to say that this question was a yes-no question. I didn't actually get any information about the methodologies that people might have used or any of the data that they might have collected. But you can see from that that very few people have carried out any kind of impact evaluation, for example, on the personnel resources, on the financial impact, or indeed on the environmental impact. We asked participants about their impression of resource use, and over half of the respondents feel that using remote practices actually needs more time from the competent authority and also more time from the food business operator. It's not a time saver per se. Only a small number thought it actually used less time. When we asked how it saved resources or what the impact on resources was, clearly there's a saving on travel time and costs. So the respondents said yes, there was less travel involved, but actually using remote practices requires more planning, and many times it uses more time for the actual contact phase of the audit or the inspection. We asked about benefits, and as I've just said, reduced travel time and saving of travel costs were important ones. People felt that it reduced environmental impact, but we don't have any numbers to put to that. And there were a number of suggestions that it's very much more efficient, it allows flexibility, and several participants identified the issue that you can include a wider range of expertise on any one inspection than if you had to take people on site. We asked about limitations, and the main concern, I think, with the use of remote practices was about the quality of information that you could acquire. There were concerns raised about non-compliances and hazards being missed because of the way in which the data was being gathered. And there were also some concerns raised, which is quite interesting considering the conversations we've been having about trust. There were concerns raised about the validity of the information that was being shared by the food business operator. And when you look at the reasons given by the people who are no longer using remote inspections or who don't use them at all, this was a common reason given. They felt that using remote inspections and audits did not give the required level of control. So there's still a concern amongst a significant number of people. We asked about other limitations, and several people identified technical difficulties such as unstable internet, but I have to say that's a lower number than in the 2022 survey, so either things are improving or it's a reflection of the region in which we gathered the data. Approximately a third of the respondents who are not using remote inspections did cite the lack of appropriate equipment and communication issues as the reason they weren't using them. And one respondent made a very important comment. Although it was only one respondent, I've included it here because I think it is important. They commented that they felt that using remote delivery requires more skilled and expertly trained inspectors. So I think if we're looking at a regional approach, that might be something that needs to be considered. So from this data, what are the main learning points? Well, the main learning points from this survey are, first of all, that remote inspection and audit is still being carried out in the ASEAN region, but it's not in universal use. 35% of the respondents don't use it, and 12% of those who have used it in the past have discontinued it for the reasons that I've indicated. Where it is being used, it's being used in a targeted fashion. It's being used for premises where there's difficulty for geographical access. It's being used where the risk of the premises makes it appropriate that there's no impact on public health. And really, I suppose the main learning point is that it's being used as part of a hybrid model. It's being used to support the existing delivery of official controls as an additional option. The one thing that I think is a concern is the lack of formal evaluation of the impact, and I think that's somewhere where some further work could be done so that we could actually put some numbers against some of the impressions that people have been giving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will come back with additional questions, but now I would like to welcome Mr. Mint for his presentation on how do remote audit and inspection practices fit in the broader Asian food safety policy framework. Thank you.
So good afternoon again, so people here. So before doing my presentation, I just want to check a little bit in this room how many people so knowing about ASEAN. If you know ASEAN, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, you lost, right? Less than 50% or so now, right? Is it correct? Okay. So first of all, right, I'd like to also introduce a little bit about ASEAN, right? ASEAN stands for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. We have 10 ASEAN member states, right, across Brunei, Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Myanmar, Thailand, Singapore, and Vietnam. So within this year, we also have new members we call Timor-Leste. So by the full years of 2025, ASEAN, we have 11 members, and we also want to work with different countries, we also different regions to promote the priority of the region. In ASEAN, the highest body we call ASEAN leaders, and every year we have 2 times for the ASEAN leader to meet. So we also have the mechanism with ASEAN partners, for instance, USA, China, Korea, Japan. We have the ASEAN summit with the partners to discuss about the different topics, which also cover political, security, economics, and social and cultures. So talking about the ASEAN food safety policy, right? This is a cross-cutting issue and also be discussed by the 2 different pillars, which also cover ASEAN economic community pillars and ASEAN social and cultural pillars. So yesterday, my colleagues from Thailand already also mentioned about the priority of ASEAN, right? So 3 pillars to discuss. And in ASEAN now, we also focus on the implementation of the ASEAN policy on food safety. My presentation also have 2 parts. Part 1 also focus on ASEAN food safety policies. And the part 2 also mentioned about the project with UNIDO. The project also mentioned about the remote auditing to ensure food safety in the ASEAN regions. Mentioning about the ASEAN food safety policies, you know that this is a long story to be discussed by ASEAN. In 2027, we also discussed a lot with different sectors. We also get the support from EU to develop the ASEAN food safety policies. And when we also discuss about this policy, right, there are lots of discussion around the topic of objective, of principles, and activities, the framework of cooperation among 10 ASEAN member states. And after a serious discussion, right, I recall that at that time we have around 10 meetings every month. We also have discussion of food safety. And one of the key objectives is to establish and implement the food safety measures in ASEAN. So you see that when you also apply the measure, right? Something also related to the NTB, non-trade barriers. And we also have to be very careful when you also discuss about the objectives of the document. We also focus on the fostering the process of harmonization of the standards Because when you talk about the food safety, there are a lot of standards also be applied in the food sector, not solely for food, but also for the agricultural production. We also focus on supporting the efforts of all the member states in strengthening the national food control system. I believe that's the day before yesterday, and maybe tomorrow we also talk a lot about control of food safety in the ASEAN region, not only ASEAN region, but also in the world, right? And through the process, right, we found that there are many stakeholders also engaged, from the business operator, right, from the farmers, from food packaging, from the processing until the tables. There are lots of different stakeholders also engaged in the process, and I quite surprised because for our panelists this morning and yesterday, right, they also have very deep knowledge to discuss about food safety and what the challenge. The second, in the principles of ASEAN food safety policy, we also identify 10 principles, right? But I just want to ensure and also emphasize that the transparency is one of the important principles that as the ASEAN region also want to focus on. And we also want to highlight the importance of the primary responsibility of the business operators in the system. If we look at the ASEAN food safety policy, right, it is not the compulsory document that all members have to follow. So because this is only the voluntary document, and we try to make sure that all the members also focus on that, and the agreement has been signed. Just last year and now, I think that all 10 member states already signed the document. And the signature also come from the Ministry of Trade, because you see that here is a cross-cutting, right? They also have Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade, and Ministry of Health. But we also select the Ministry of Trade to sign this document because you know that food safety also impacted to the trade aspect, not only within ASEAN, but also between ASEAN and the other countries. So there are some digitalization initiatives in food safety in ASEAN region. For instance, we have ASEAN guidelines on promoting the utilization of the digital technologies for food and agricultural sectors. I think that this is one of the most important documents for our sector, right? And within this year, ASEAN also tried to develop the action plan for the implementation of the application of digital technologies. This is a long way for us. So this document also be adopted in 2018, but so far, right, it's still discussed on what should be the priorities of the food sector, right? Not only food sector, but for the other, like livestock, crops, forestry, what should be the priority to apply the digital technologies? And in discussion with our partner, right, ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, for instance, we discuss, because that is ATIGA, ASEAN Trade in Good Agreements. We upgrade that one, and digitalization also one of those important sections to be discussed by the member state. We also have some negotiation with our partner. For instance, now we have the negotiation on trade between ASEAN, Canada, ASEAN, India, and in the coming time, we also have trade negotiation with Korea. And there are lots of discussion around the topic of the digitalization and how we can work with a partner to promote digitalization in trade aspect. For the remote audits and verification practices project, I believe that our colleagues already give you some information about the surveys. But this is one of the very first project we get support from UNIDOS to discuss about the remote audits. Personally, I am not an expert on the food safety, but when we talk about the remote audits, there are lots of interesting things. For instance, right, the project also focused on to ensure the food safety and facilitate trade by enhancing regulatory compliance through the establishments of the remote audits and inspection based on Codex guidelines. I try to find the information on Codex guidelines, right? And there is a guideline there, but not sure if it's also the compulsory for all the member states to follow. So I think that we need to discuss about this by how to implement the guideline, how to also align the national policy with the guideline. I think that is an important part we need to further discuss. For the project, right, just 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago, we also organized a discussion with the member state. And there are lots of interesting issues, views from the member state. Right? For instance, member state also differs in digital capability, but also says a commitment to enhance remote audits and e-certification. There are lots of standards alignment, right? Because personally, when I also facilitate the discussion on standard, we have the standard from the countries. We have the standard from the region. We also have standard from international organizations. And we also have standards provided by the private sectors. So even how to harmonize the standard, always an issue, right? And basically,
the import also need to meet the standard also regulated or provided by the importers. So that is, I think that even for the harmonization and certification, I think that we also can discuss more to see how we can promote the standardizations and standard implementation to ensure that the digitalization also can be applied through the whole value chain. For the next step, for UNIDOS and ASEAN, we established expert or working groups on to draft the ASEAN guidelines or the guidelines on promote or remote audits and e-certificate. E-certification. The working groups will also prepare the draft ASEAN guidelines and protocols on remote audits, and then a regional code of practices and the digital readiness self-assessment toolkits needs to be ready for the member state to see, right? The working groups also may also discuss further on the surveys, the follow-up activities on remote audit and e-certificates. And I just want to say to you that, right, when talking about the e-certificate, it always a problem. For instance, in ASEAN, right, we also set up the ASEAN single windows. And we also try to extend the e-certificates on animal health, food safety, and the crop through the ASEAN single window. But it's very difficult. So far, only 3 countries to do the testing. The pilot extend of the e-certificates. The other member states still in the consideration, right? Because they also need to improve the legal systems as well as the infrastructures. So through the project, we also expected that maybe the project also can help the region, right, to improve the system, not only within the legal system, but infrastructures. Because you see that food safety also cut across different ministries, right? In one member state, yesterday we also heard that 6 ministries also involved to the food safety. And in ASEAN, we have 10 countries, so we see that if one country has 6 authorities to engage in the food safety, so how many countries, how many ministries we also have to coordinate. So we also want to learn more from Africa Union, because I understand that for Africa Unions, you also have the Committee on Food Safety. So we want to hear more, right, to see and discuss, and that is a brief information from our side. So in general, food safety, in conclusion, right, the food safety always a priority of ASEAN. And the remote auditing, the application of digital technology, always a priority of ASEAN. And we also want to work with all of you to enhance and promote the important and also very interesting agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. Really interesting. I think that there's a lot of different topics that we'll be able to discuss further after our presentation. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Miriani for the Indonesia experience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for UNIDO and Department of the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Australia, to give us an opportunity to attending and share our experience in this event. And please allow me to share the experience of the Indonesia about the perspective possibility to conduct the remote audit. This is our regulation for the food safety in Indonesia in terms of the animal product and food safety. We have a law for the livestock and also for the food, and there is some of the government regulation and food safety in Indonesia. So we have also this is how the food safety implementing in Indonesia, and so many institution among relevant ministry and agency, and consists of the Ministry of Agriculture. We have also Ministry of Fisheries, and we have also have a Ministry of Trade, Industry, Ministry of Health, and Indonesian FDA for the processed food, and National Food Agency. They have the rules of responsibility of this relevant minister and agency are regulated with their perspective, competency, and mandate, which are complementary with one and others.
and each competent authority implemented its internal regulation, and each legal bodies have their representative in a central and also in the district level. This regulation divide into the mandate for the food safety authority into processed food and also for the fresh food produce. And in order to guarantee health, safety, wholesome, and halalness of the animal product, the government of the regional government with their coverage area carry out supervision and also inspection, testing, standardization, certification, and registration for the animal product. This is how the audit and inspection of the animal and animal product we conduct for the local and also for the import establishment approval. And if we see for the local production, Ministry of Agriculture implemented audit for the veterinary control number. And the veterinary control number is an official identifier assigned by Ministry of Agriculture to facilitate or establishment involve the production, processing, storage, and also distribution of the animal product. And the purpose of the veterinary number control is the traceability, also to track the animal origin product through the supply chains, and also regulatory compliance, indicate the facility comply with the veterinary, sanitary, and food safety standard. And the third is facilitate for the export requirement. And for the import, we have two process. The first process is the conduct about the country approval. So we base for the import risk analysis. And the second process for the establishment approval in 3 steps. The first step is a document review, and then the second step about the on-site review, and the last about the evaluation review. And we realized that the audit cannot carry out due to the limited funding and also competency personnel, and also for the emergency situation like COVID-19. So this is our experience when the COVID-19 happened. Ministry Agriculture published Regulation Number 19, 2020, about the concerning of the handling of the business licensing in agriculture sector affected by the coronavirus. This is COVID-19, and we can conduct like a remote audit or online audit for the livestock business license, and also for the commercial for the commercial operational. When this regulation issued, no international standard had been issued. So including the codex, because we know that codex established in 2023, and there is no standard. So we developed our standard for the remote audit. And at that moment, we tried to propose some guidance, standard operational to conduct a remote audit. But unfortunately, Ministry of Agriculture Regulation 19 has no longer applied since the presidential decree of the Republic Indonesia number 17 2023 concerning determination of the end of the pandemic 19 status coronavirus disease. So we can again not doing the remote audit. This is the activity that we conduct for the remote audit, and also most of the remote audit we conduct only for the local establishment approval, not for the import approval. And this is also the remote audit activity from the FDA in Indonesia. And we also try to enhance our capability for the remote audit. Thank you very much for the Australia, for Anna and Pak Glenn to sharing experience from the DAF about how to conduct remote audit, and auditor to Indonesia and enhance the capability auditor to conduct the remote audit and develop SOP because competency of the auditor is very essential, at least for the one lead. So this is our advantage, what we having to implement it, the remote audit, time and cost efficiency. So access to remote area, because we know Indonesia is an archipelago island. So we have in the east island is a very remote area. So it's difficult to reach the area. And then we reduce of the health risk and also promote digital technology use and improve document analysis. But for the disadvantage, limited physical verification, of course, and also infrastructure challenge because we know that some of the area is a remote area, so they don't have like a good infrastructure and also a good internet. And limited oversight of the real-time process and human resources readiness, because when the COVID-19 happened, we didn't ready for doing the remote audit. And also that we already discussed about the data protection. So this is the conclusion. Is a remote audit offer an efficiency practical, especially in remote or undeserved region, and also limitation in physical verification and technological infrastructure still remain a significant challenge, and also the adequate resources are required to effective support the implementation of the remote audit. And ideally, remote audit should be combined with the periodic on-site or hybrid audit to ensure the reliability, transparency, and also food safety compliance. And the last but not least is about the regulation adjustment are required for the implementation of the remote audit. Since there is no regulation, we cannot conduct the remote audit. Thank you very much. This is the sharing from Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Really interesting again. And the last presentation, I would like to welcome Mary Grace. What is the experience of the Philippines in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon. That's thank you and good afternoon to everyone. The Philippines would like to thank the organizer for inviting us. This presentation was actually presented already in Vietnam when he had the UNIDO workshop in Vietnam. Essentially, our experience on remote audit is on organic certification, and we were quite apprehensive during that time if we are the appropriate agency to share our experience on remote audit, considering that it is not in the field of food safety. But what we are trying to point here now is that, the principle of remote audit is something that is universal. It can apply not only to food safety regulations, but can also apply to any other type of regulation. So again, we would just like to resonate the findings of the UNIDO survey that in the Philippines, we implemented remote audit and inspection during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because as the competent authority for accreditation of third-party organic certifying bodies, we have to maintain regulatory oversight of these accredited third-party OCBs. While we ensure the safety of the people of our bureau, we need to maintain that regulatory oversight. So we implemented the remote audit scheme during 2020 to 2022. So that was the time of COVID-19 pandemic when travel is restricted, and the Philippines, like Indonesia, being 7,000 plus islands, we cannot go to the province because of the restriction imposed by COVID-19 pandemic. So during our initial implementation of remote audit, we piloted it into office-based audit, and it covered office audits, which covered document reviews, interview with personnel, and assessment of compliance documentation. Because we do have two types. We have the office audit and we have the witness audit of how the certification body conduct their inspection. So we focused mainly our efforts initially on the conduct of office audits. And slowly, 2021 and 2022, we expanded our operation into witness audits of the inspection conducted by our accredited certifying bodies. And during that time, again, there was no codex document to help us out in our work on how remote audits can be conducted. So we turned our strategy towards looking at ISO documents to help us out. So we look at ISO documents, and it's all principle, it's all generic in nature. So what we try to do is to develop what we call a work manual for extraordinary time, because we cannot coin any other terms during the COVID-19 pandemic except that it is during the time, an extraordinary time. So we did a work manual, the procedure, specific procedure on how to conduct the remote audit. And we had at that time also developed a handbook on remote regulatory activities of the Organic Agriculture Division. So the bureau where I am in, being a standards bureau, we are also in the best position to provide recommendation to the Department of Agriculture, particularly on policies. And policies that the department issue is also based on the standards that we develop. So we tried to implement these procedures, these guidelines through our current work and, collate all the information so that we can propose a policy around it. So the procedures and the manual that we develop are tailored to the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it gave us, and we have a 5-step process for the conduct of remote audit. This essentially include initial planning, feasibility checks, scheduling, audit proper, and the report generation. I would just like to point out that the central or core element of our work manual and the guidance is the approach that we use. We call it feasibility and risk analysis. To us, it is a planning tool that will help us evaluate the readiness of the certifying body for remote assessment. During that time, everybody does not know how to do it, how to share data, what are the platforms that we can use to conduct the remote audit. So this step allowed us to decide whether a remote audit is even feasible. If our auditee, our stakeholder have the capacity, have the platform, have the understanding on how the remote audit will be conducted. So to us, the FRA, or the feasibility and risk analysis, is a very useful tool to guide us in our decision making whether a remote audit, a hybrid, or an on-site audit will be conducted. So the FRA considered factors such as internet reliability, platform familiarity, because not everybody during that time are familiar with the platform. There are several platforms during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how to access the data. So we had problems on how the CB will share the data with the regulatory agency, and if our current capacity can actually accept the data that they're going to share with us, and how we can secure the data that they are going to share with us. And essentially the availability of key personnel and the training of the key personnel on how to conduct remote audits. So to us, while the remote audits proved to be cost efficient, it's time saving, and it's safer during a health crisis, they also provided challenges. So there's the usual unstable internet connection, which hindered document sharing. Additionally, the inability to conduct physical inspection limited the auditor's capacity to observe on-site practices and contextual condition. So when we expanded our operation to include witness audits, it was very difficult because the farmers that we cater to are in the remote areas where, even electricity is not available. So you would expect that there is no internet connection. So it's very difficult to observe how inspectors conduct their job if there is no internet connection to do a witness audit for on-site inspection. So despite this limitation, our experience demonstrated the adaptability and the resilience of the Bureau and its personnel in maintaining and ensuring that we enforce our mandate as given to us by the law. the agency emphasized that it is very, very important to conduct strategic planning, which is, the use of the FRA to ensure that a remote audit is essentially feasible. Although at our bureau, the remote audit are piloted under the organic certification scheme, our practices when the Codex document, when it came out in 2023, we look again at our practices and how it is aligned with the Codex guidance on remote audit. We saw that there is really an essential alignment on our previous practices and the Codex document, which will ensure the functional equivalence with on-site audits and uphold the regulatory credibility. So in conclusion, the Philippine experience illustrates how remote audits can serve as a viable and effective enforcement tool under not only extraordinary conditions, because currently the Bureau is also doing a hybrid already of the remote audit. So I share the observation of our previous speaker that when, the COVID-19 restriction was lifted, everybody went back to on-site audit. But in our case, we're still trying to implement the remote audit in tandem with on-site audit for specific clients. So it is actually something, it is a mechanism that has a potential for sustained integration into the regulatory system. But currently, I think most of the ASEAN member states, they do not have the policy or the regulatory framework that include remote audit as a mechanism for checking the compliance of food business operators. But in our bureau, we are already looking at it to ensure that we revise already our regulation to include remote audit as a mode for checking compliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that the audience has a lot of questions, but maybe let's start. I would like to come back, Madeleine. I think that I was wondering if you would be able to extrapolate, and do you see any similarities between the Asian region and the rest of the world?
Thank you very much. I think that it reflected very much what we found in the 2022 survey. The main thing that I noticed that was different was that in the ASEAN region, there seemed to be a lot less trouble with the connectivity and the internet connections. That was a considerably lower problem than it had been with the 2022 survey. The only other sort of differences were really in the ranking of who used what. And of course, they're not entirely contiguous because the 2022 survey was following on from what people had done during COVID, whereas this survey in the ASEAN region was, what have you done since then? So it would be expected that there would be a difference in the reasons why people were using remote inspections. But on the whole, it was very reflective of the results, apart from the one about connectivity.
And one last thing, I think that also in the benefits, I haven't heard anything about building capacity, the benefit of remote audit and building capacity and collaboration and training. And for us, I think in Canada, this is something that we see a benefit because we can also bring other junior also to build capacity to train for auditors. And I haven't heard, I think that one part of the benefit, but I think that I would like to have that because I think that further collaboration, building capacity and training opportunities when it comes to remote audit, I feel that this is also an opportunity that can be added as well. Thank you, Madeleine. So I would like also, Mr. Mint, you had a couple of things that you would like to expand more, I think, on how to implement the guidance and promote the standard, the international standard. I would like to have your view and perspective on how to implement the guidance.
Thank you, Nancy, for the interesting question. As I mentioned in my presentations, that standards or standardization always a problem, right? Because you see that we have lots of standards provided by different organizations. In ASEAN alone, right, we also have, ASEAN also set up the ASEAN standards as a country level, right? They also have the standards. the importer, right? They also have standards. Private sector also have standards. So how to harmonize the standards is one of the issues that ASEAN also discuss and find the solutions. In our team now, right, we try to promote the certification and accreditation of the standards. Now, right, when you also discuss about the certification, who also do the certification for standard, also the problem, right? As a country level, I think that the country already have some, authority to do that. But as a region level, right, the regional level, you need to identify who should do the one. And then ASEC also work on this areas of certification and the accreditation around, I think that's around 10 years already to promote. And so far, right, we already have one draft agreements on the mutual recognition arrangement to recognize the standard, to set up the standard, even for the laboratory, right? So all the things related to, how to certify the standard. So again here, right, if we talk about the standard as a regional level, it's quite a challenge. But as a country levels, I think that we also can settle that because the country already have their own system. So the thing here is how to recognize a different system. For instance, right, Singapore, I don't know if Singapore also recognize the system of the certification for the product produced in Vietnam. Or maybe the product in Vietnam, can it be certified by the other country like Laos, PDS, or some other country, for instance, right? So recognition, I think that is one of the things we need to further discuss. As a regional level, you are trying to do that, right? I also mentioned my colleagues from the Philippines. We also do recognize the standard for organic agriculture. But now, right, after a few years, I think that more than 5 years of discussion, we still in the process of, do the MI and mutual recognition arrangement. It's not easy. But I think that it's not easy. Do not imply that you cannot, right? It's impossible. I think that you're still doing something there. So again here, right, recognition of standard, certification of standard, and accreditation body should be the focus of the discussion when we want to promote the remote digitalization in the whole chain to ensure the safety of the food produced in the region.
Thank you. I think that now I'm conscious about the time. I don't know, is it only 5 minutes left for the session? But I would like to turn to the audience for comment and question. If there's any question and comments, I think that we would be more than happy to receive your feedback. Also, in any question. I think there's a lot to say on remote audits. So, yeah.
So a question on the survey results. At some point, I think you mentioned that there was a sense they may have quality issues that not necessarily they add in terms of efficiency and time spent, so along those lines. And I was wondering whether you looked into some behavioral science, so to say, whereby for inspectors who carry a great responsibility, dealing with change of this nature may be difficult. Is it something you looked at, and if yes, how?
No, that's not something we looked at. It was just a very simple survey asking about the experiences and the practices. And I think it's a really good question because speaking from a regulatory background, we tend to do things and then wonder afterwards what was the impact. And even when we do have studies which identify the impact, we're not actually very good at publishing them. So I think that it's a very valid point. And one of the things that came out from your question and also from the survey is that we actually don't have anything except people's impressions. We don't have any information or data or anything that could back up any of those issues, not behavioral or any other aspect. So I think there's an area of work that we can look into there. So thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question there in the back.
Muchas gracias. Una consulta rápida. Al final todos vamos a aprender a hablar español, creo. Bueno, cuando es una auditoría con un país que la lengua o el idioma es diferente, el traductor juega un rol muy importante. Entonces, en estos modelos que nos han comentado y con la experiencia que ustedes tienen, ¿quién es el responsable de poner el traductor? ¿Ustedes ponen el traductor en su país que hace la auditoría o solicitan al país que recibe la auditoría virtual que haga todo lo relacionado con el tema de conseguir la traducción? Gracias.
So I don't know if, would you like to respond? I think that really interesting question. Thanks.
Thank you for that question. That's very nice. Currently, the remote audit is being carried out domestically in the Philippines. So we have not expanded our operation on the use of remote audit for trading partners. So we're using that to check the compliance of our regulated entity domestically. But I think your question is really very timely. Currently at the Bureau of Agriculture and Fishery Standards, we're translating the Codex guidelines for judgment of equivalence, translating it into local context and translating it into a Philippine national standards. And during that discussion, there was a general agreement to already incorporate during the judgment of equivalence the use of remote audit, even for, a discussion between an importing and exporting country. So I will take your comments to go back, when I go back home, to take into consideration the question on the translation cost, because this is something that we have not talked about when we are discussing the judgment of equivalence codex guidelines to Philippine context. Thank you.
Any other view?
I just want to say here, that's because we also involved with the negotiation on trade, trade agreement between, for instance, ASEAN, China, ASEAN, Canada, ASEAN, Korea in coming time, right? And I feel that for the fee, right? I think that's the exporter, right? They are also willing to pay. When we also discuss about the cost and the international practice, who should pay for the auditor to come to your country to do the surveys, do all the things, right? So it's quite a surprise, and I also heard some members say that we are very happy if we also import our product, we can also cover for the cost for the audits and related things. That make sure that product also can export and also consume in your countries. I think that Indonesia also has something to say.
We have also the same experience with the Philippines. Actually, we conduct the remote audit only for the local establishment approval, but we have an experience for the on-site audit. Once we do the on-site audit, we have agreement with the exporter country to prepare the interpreter and before we conduct the on-site. So actually, like we do the on-site audit in Brazil, so they preserve the interpreter and we conduct in English. Thank you.
Thank you. I know the interpretation will end shortly, but on the Canada side, I just want to say that Canada, we hire our own interpreters as well to make sure they also have the security clearance in place. So I think that's the situation in Canada. Another question.
Just a quick question. Reinaldo Figueiredo with the American National Standards Institute in the U.S. Quick question. What type of training you had to provide to your inspectors and auditors for them to conduct remote assessment? Because we know that some people, even though they are auditors, they do many audits before, they don't fit the process on how to do remote assessment or audit. Thank you.
Very good question. I don't know if Dr. would like.
For the remote audit, what is the capacity building that or training that we provide? The first one is about the technology. because not all the auditor is usually using the platform like Zoom or like Google Teams and something. So they need to know first about how to operate this platform. This is the first one. And the second one is about because the auditor is already auditor before, they have already get the training about the auditor. So maybe also for the using the like tools, camera, and another hardware that we need when we conduct the remote audit. I think that's all. And also maybe standard, because we have experience with the DAF, Australia, they give us like an overview about the Codex 102, 2023, about the standard for the audit. Thank you.
I think I share the thoughts of Indonesia that the auditors are actually trained previously on auditing techniques, but not specifically for remote audit. I do understand that there is a nuances in remote audit because you cannot catch non-verbals during remote audits, and when you do on-site inspection, these non-verbals are very, very important for the auditors. So I think actually this is something that is an area for regional and international collaboration on how to capacitate the existing auditors on the techniques and skills and the technology on the conduct of remote audit. But essentially the foundation of how to conduct audit is already there because they are auditors to begin with, but there are, specificity for remote audits that have to be trained further, and it is an area for regional or international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for great questions. So I would like to thank you, the panelists. Thank you so much for your participation, and thank you all for great questions and for your participation as well. Thank you.
I was saying thank you all again very much for such an informative session on remote audit and inspection practices. Your insight on implementing international standards is indeed very relevant and very welcome. Thank you all, just like Nancy said, for your continuous engagement. It really helps making our event here very, very special. So before we say goodbye today, I have one announcement. There are still a few spots left to our visit on Friday to the Cybersdorf Labs. So please do see our colleague from UNIDO, Nikita, right at the back. He'll be able to answer all your questions for this very interesting visit. So thank you all once again. I hope that you have enjoyed just as much as I have this day 2 of the Vienna Food Safety Forum 2025. We'll meet here tomorrow morning for day 3, our final day at 9 a.m. sharp. Auf Wiedersehen. Bye. I tried.